It's San Pellegrino because
Ooh, looks delicious. We are live. What's up, everybody? So,
Hello.
welcome back and continue our great event. Actually, we got a donation earlier. Let me take that counter up real quick. There we go. Uh, we're back to continue our sweet Veil Breakers adventure. Turns out I'm a liar, and actually, we're having session this time instead of not. So, surprise. I know our singles of fans were like, yeah, wait, we have to wait a whole 2 more weeks, but it's all good. We're here now. Just a reminder, everything we do for stream goes to charity. So we started fundraising for the International Rescue Committee since we already met our charity goals for both Planned Parenthood and the Surfrider Foundation. So if you're able to, toss a couple bucks towards a good cause, right? Donate. Spelling counts. There's the link in the chat. Right, if you're interested in joining our community, which is growing a lot actually, got a lot of new people in Discord, which is awesome. I guess I'll just do socials, all that good stuff. Right, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, all those cursed things. Right. Oh hey, what's up? Just roll it in late, like what's up? Well, I'm gonna do a quick recap. A long recap would be pretty intense actually, because I'll give a lot of props to this group. You all are incredibly focused and get a lot of shit done. So you're moving pretty quick. But
Consummate professionals.
yeah, our group, the Neverwinter Knights, self-named, right, are currently in the Undying Realms, which is a strange place still on the material plane, but influenced greatly by extra planar powers, right? So it's a place of more intentions and desires rather than objective, concrete things. So they have recently teleported there because Odette's undying ancestor, Lady Allura, provided them a way out of Neverwinter. Excuse me for 1 second. Cool. Just making sure Heather's not dead. I don't know if you all heard that. Like
that was loud.
Noise. Yeah. I was like, cool. All right. Just standard dropping. Are you sure you're good? I love you very much. Close that door. She's fine. But, jeez. So, yeah, they managed to teleport out of Neverwinter, which had been taken over by a powerful entity named Zangi and some sort of demonic undead army. And that wasn't going well for anybody. So they got out, and they're now in the Undying Realms trying to sort through everything and figure out their next move. We'll pick up. We'll do this first. Administratively, everyone has gotten a long rest, right? Even with the crazy dreams that Bella had. Actually, Bella, do me a favor and give me a DC. DC 5 Constitution saving throw. Just for Bella. Just because I'm being mean.
Okay. Oof. That is going to be a 6.
Okay, you passed. That's all you needed. It's DC 5, right? So you wake up. It was
awesome.
not a restful night for sure. You had a bunch of crazy dreams, right? Everything from like that weird dude who was in your room to be like, "Hey, I made you dinner," and you're like, "Who the fuck are you?" And to like the weird travel memories of you looking at like a map of all these different places across the Sword Coast you'd been to, and then of course the other weird memory of being in like a derelict cabin where somebody else that you didn't recognize or remember dying there with you, and then that was a little stressful, but nevertheless you get a full long rest, so you can reset all your hit points and spells. all the stuff that the wraiths did goes away, so you actually have all of your hit points available to you,
Yay.
which would be nice. And yeah, so Bella, you wake up and you send that message to Itzel, basically saying something's wrong here, something's going on. Until you receive that message, trying to chill while you're in your hammock. Uh, cool. I guess we'll start there, right? Seems like the right place to start.
Great. Itzel is was happily hanging out in her restful place. So this like mangrove coastline with a hammock set up between two of the mangrove trees. We let Burble out to play. There's spider monkeys that are coming over to say hi, and there's fish in the water, and uh and getting ready to eat something, take a nap, and then wild shape as a caiman and hang around in the water, all of the things that one does when we're really getting good rest. And
Oh, yeah.
I get this message from Bella, and at this point she's got half of an eaten mango, where we've just peeled back the skin because you don't care about, so we're just smeared yellow orange all over everything. And it's half eaten, cupped in both hands, I smell amazing, but I'm sticky and terrible. And I'm like, fuck. Um, so we'll basically tug back on shoes and start traipsing through the water back to the door. And as soon as she opens it, she's gonna start yelling. All right, I need you, Ellen, Odette. And anything that looks like a door, we're just gonna start, because I don't the only people I think I saw go into a door were some of the dancers, so because they were the first ones to, other than me.
Yeah, to describe what happened, so all the characters, when they got their rest, were led to a basically archway that was lit with energy and covered in a variety of different arcane runes. When they went in, it was a place for them to basically picture what was comfortable where they could rest.
Oh, I thought they were different doors. Okay.
They were different doors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a variety of them. And it was the idea that you picture what was comfortable in your mind to your character, and of course it would render kind of an environment for them to relax in. And so, yeah, everyone had a chance to kind of run off in these different places and relax a bit. You can all hear Itzel kind of yelling something, right? You can make a perception check to hear what she's actually saying, but you can hear the raised voice of some type of yelling.
I don't know what she's saying, but she's yelling about something, so I would come check.
Okay. See a couple of dancers poke their head out of their different little portal doorways as well, looking yeah.
I'm mostly gonna dismiss them as do you know where Odette and Val are? Not I'm sure you're helpful, but do you know where the important people are?
Damn. Yeah. Wow.
You need your rest. Some of you almost died. Do you know where Odette is?
Let me pull up my list of non-important characters, I guess.
Oh, and they we have their particular
yes, I now have understanding of who they are, etc. Yes.
Dancer.
Yeah, you see Hobgoblin Aurora kind of pokes her head out, puts her glasses on. It's big circular glasses, blinks a couple times, and is
yep.
That's
right. You're a stage manager. You might be helpful.
No, Odette's in 1, 2, 3, fourth one on the right.
Thanks. Okay.
Do you want to know where the? Okay, bye.
Yep. No, nope. We're hopping over, pulling on a shoe still, and just gonna start hitting the door. Dad.
You hear a groan from the other side.
Yes, yes, that. No, I know. I'm still covered in mango juice, by the way. Like this didn't like I didn't
Oh,
wash it off in the ocean while
okay.
we were like.
Are you in? Are you in, or are you just being
I'm
polite?
just
Not.
not. I'm assuming I can't actually open the door. That would be terrible.
You might
All
be
right.
able to.
Anybody
I'm
can
just
open a door.
knocking. I didn't actually try the knob.
Okay.
Um,
You hear a groan, a distant groan,
yeah.
as if from
Yeah.
across.
I know. I know. I need you. Bella needs you. Something's going on.
Okay. Then,
I was like halfway to a nap.
um,
I have half a mango if you want it.
if you're if you're able to, you might hear just like soft steps from across a long distance, and then eventually they come up and the door opens, and behind you you see like extravagant set, and just like at the very very far end there's a bed, and a moon up in like the stage's sky, like with this veil of white and like silver that kind of comes down, as if it's like a moonbeam. And she's like,
Oh,
just tell me that there is no danger, because if there is,
um,
I do not know what I would do. I might cry.
mango.
I've been through so much lately. Oh, and she takes it thankfully and just like munches on it. It produces, as if from nowhere, a little towelette and like gets your face.
Thank you.
Uh,
This is
I
very you. Yeah. Oh, I.
Do you want to come
This must
in?
have been a beautiful show. But we need you. Um,
My
yeah.
crowning achievement. But are you sure you don't want to come inside?
Uh,
Maybe we.
not now. I got a message in my head from Bella. Um,
Huh.
yeah. So we need to find Valen's door. Aurora seemed to know where things are.
Oh,
Um, that yeah. She could be. She's yeah. Um, more
my
useful.
assistant director, she may be able to tell us. She has a very good memory.
Well, we just need to know where Valen.
I also have really good hearing. Valence in the first door on the left.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
I
Um,
already came outside to see what the hell the
okay.
yelling was about.
Val's
Yeah.
outside now.
Uh, I got a message in my head from Bella.
uh,
Something's going on. She didn't sound like panicked, but she sounded weird. So, uh, assistant director, where's Bella's door?
It's the second one on the right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Do you want me to get somebody else or like?
I don't know.
Okay.
You can if you see a servant of some sort, or perhaps Lady Alora herself, let her know that something may be amiss.
She nods. And
Itzel's gonna kind of look both directions because like this is the hallway where things like disappear in the middle distance and like not everything actually has form. So it's like, yeah, if you see kind of anything, but that might be the problem. Yeah. So, Valen, we gotta hit stuff. I think.
You see Aurora like tuck her clipboard under her arm and like just take off with a very like purpose-driven walk, just down the northern corridor.
Great.
Disappears into the little mist.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll see her again. All right. Second from the right. And like it's all gonna come over, like knock against the door real loud and immediately check whether or not it will open. Like knock first, but then like immediately checking to see whether it's actually open. For Bella's door, that is.
Oh yeah. So Bella, what's going on with you? Like, so you sent this message, and Itzel's running around, kind of rounding up everybody to get your back. What are you doing?
I think I'm inspecting the room and just generally trying to see if there's any clues as to what is happening and
Roll
why
investigate.
I had these weird dreams when I went in instead of just getting a nice place to nap.
Valid. Yeah.
Do I get to do check.
Yeah, roll
Yeah,
investigation.
investigation. Yeah.
Sweet.
You have intelligence. This will be fine.
You'd think that, wouldn't you? That'll be a 15.
Yeah, it's not bad. Uh, as you're looking around, you realize that there's got to be some sort of glitch or problem with the enchantments on these rooms, right? Or at least yours, right? Because it should be showing you a place that is very comfortable to you, and which kind of like pulls from your nostalgia, your memories, your conscious thoughts, all these different things, right? And kind of puts together what your aesthetic would be. And to the best of your knowledge, based on your arcane experience, there's something wrong with the enchantment because it's not working as intended. You'd have to like detect magic and like dive a little deeper to figure out what exactly is off, but that'd be the best assessment.
Your hotel room's on the fritz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Call down to the desk, see if they'll change me to another room.
So cool. So after, as you kind of come to that conclusion, so Gray says, it's a very vivid series of dreams. It's they're all very intense.
Oh, now
think
you
they
step
mean?
in. Uh,
What was the last bit he said?
What do you think they mean? Is that
I couldn't begin to tell you. I mean, that's why I really want to get everyone else here and find out if they can see anything.
I feel like a subtle twinge of like magical energy? Okay, he says, I don't think there's anything of immediate danger here. Doesn't mean there's not scrying, divination magic, or something subtly nefarious, but I think your physical being is safe for now.
Player has thoughts about this.
Don't ignore the problem, but I think, yeah, it could be much worse. It's no longer in Neverwinter. Things are no longer trying to stab us to death.
Well, I guess that's good for now. But I'd still feel much better if could figure out how that happened and, like you said, what it means. So,
Of course. Anything I can do to help. Right. Around that time, you get a. Around that time, you get a knock on your door. You hear a bunch of like footsteps and movement and shuffling outside. And I assume Itzel just announces herself, right?
I mean, like, if the door was open, it's gonna be at like, yeah, I'm here.
yeah.
It's weird because
So-
like
Yeah,
the-
Justin, fucking grip it,
Oh, holy
grip
cow.
it, baby.
All right.
Slump that down, dude. Yeah, dude, crack one
Hell
for the big
yeah.
boy.
Advantage counter up to 7. Much appreciated. It's weird because like the doorways from the outside are just like this weird, almost black veiled curtain that has more concrete substance as you like reach to knock on it. Bella, you're looking at like a nice oak wood, fancy finished door that kind of fits with your like cozy fireplace and like large couch and rustic library feel. And you just hear the from the other side, and you hear Itzel talking to you. As you try to open the door, good,
Yeah, come in.
cool. Yeah, you hear the door.
Come in.
You hear a click when you say that, and the door unlocks for Itzel.
And I'm gonna like basically like push it wide open and be like, "We're here. I brought."
Okay, great. Very important. When you guys went through your doors, did you have like a bunch of weird dream things happen to you?
Itzel is like
No.
got because like Odette kind of cleaned her up, so we've got like a little bit of the mango going on, but like not nearly as bad as it was before. And like I probably still smell like ocean water and like no. It was a really good
Okay.
mango.
Well, then something was very wrong with my room because I walked in and there was this guy and he didn't have a face, but he was making me dinner and it was our anniversary and but he's when he said his name, it didn't the name didn't happen and then I tripped and then I woke up and I was like in
Itzel's
a
gonna
room
kind of like
and there was
start
a
like
map
poking her
and
staff
someone
into
was
the
knocking on the
corners.
door and calling me. I think it was like madam. And then I tried to open that door, and then all of a sudden I was in a shack, and there was a man, and he was dying, and he knew me, but I didn't know him. And then he died, and then I woke up and I was here again. And I don't think that was supposed to happen.
I mean, I'm gonna look at like Odette and Valen as she's like literally like sticking her staff into corners and like futzing around like we're gonna like get a rat or something out. Like, did either of you fall asleep immediately on? Like, did someone knock you out? Like, is the
No, I was just really tired.
Me too. I know we have all experienced this, but these past 3 days have been more excitement than I ever needed in my life. I'm good for the moment, but no, I fell immediately asleep and did not
but
remember any
you
nightmares.
didn't have nightmares or because
No, nobody made me dinner.
No, that would have been nice. Did we have DM? Did we have any nightmares?
No.
No.
You all. So to be clear on the timeline, right? I'm giving you the equivalent of a long rest.
Yes.
It's been about like 6 hours, right? You slept. You had some time to unwind. Bella, I was going to give you a point of exhaustion if you'd failed your con save, but you succeeded, so you got the long rest. Even with all the crazy nightmares you had. I'm just now noticing that all the character art is not on stream, and I don't know why. That's bizarre.
No.
I'll fix
Oh,
that on
yeah.
break.
We're using the old overlay.
Something has
well,
changed.
I mean, it's not.
I
It can't be the old one because
also
it has Interastral Rescue Committee.
No, it's got all the
Yes.
stuff on there. It's just not showing up, but I'll figure that out later.
Okay, so the other reason why it's really weird that I was having dreams when I came in here is I don't actually sleep. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that. I know it's only been like 3 days and we've had a lot going on, and like not all of it was like in our like actual bodies, but like I don't actually sleep.
Oh no.
Like I can't sleep.
Is this a serious problem, or are we talking about?
No, that's normal for me.
Are we talking about? Well, you're not exactly an elf. Are we talking about elven physiology and reverie?
No, this is a
The other thing. Yeah,
other
okay.
thing. Not a shape changer thing.
Mhm.
My powers thing.
Oh, okay. So not an anatomy. Oh, okay.
Not an
Warlock
anatomy
thing.
thing.
Oh, but sleep is so good.
You could
I don't
introduce
like to
me to
use
your.
that term. I have a sponsor for my powers.
Oh,
You could introduce me to
like
your
a
friends. This
deity?
seems like an ideal time.
What was that?
So you
Like
could
a
introduce me
deity?
to your friends. This seems like an ideal time. I mean, obviously it's up to you, but
Yeah, I suppose like it's not like it's a secret I'm a warlock, considering I've been throwing Eldritch Blast like every 2 seconds. So
you do also walk around and talk to yourself a lot.
that's normal. I mean, to be fair, Bella's a little.
We're all
mean,
a little. We're all a little. It's fine. Yeah.
Y'all are not the weirdest shit in the D&D world, which says something.
What?
Definitely not on the par, but you're closer to But Gray just says, yeah, we could. This could be the time, or not.
I mean, how would I even go about introduce? Do I just tell them about you, or like,
I mean,
can you
We are hearing this.
can you like show yourself to them, or am I just supposed to like tell them what you're telling me?
I would not be able to
This is the
take
worst
a
game of telephone.
physical form. Hold on for a second.
Are we hearing?
Yeah,
this?
that would be incredibly difficult.
Okay.
But
Okay, so
I
you're
could you can tell
talking
them I
to
said
your-
hi. That's fun.
now.
Yes.
Okay, and it's not because it didn't sound like you were reacting as though it were a, well, maybe you don't have nightmares. Maybe you don't know what a nightmare's like. That. Do
Sorry,
you
one
know
second.
what nightmares are?
I mean, I didn't always not sleep. It's kind of
Okay,
a
so
new thing.
so was it like a
I know
nightmare,
what
or was it
dreams
like
and
an
nightmares are.
experience?
This
Okay.
felt very real though. Like I was actually physically there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I figured you weren't going to send a message and like, mess with the break time if like it was minor. But
I know, but Gray says that it's probably not like there's probably no physical danger right now. So this is probably more of like a investigation thing as opposed to we have to run away thing, I guess.
okay. And like Itzel's still going to be like basically like taking the like butt of her staff and like poking it into corners and seeing if
Sorry,
that's doing anything.
You had a
I was
question.
gonna hit it with divine sense in the
All right,
room.
okay.
Yes. Who? You say Clay?
Oh, Gray is my sponsor. My where my powers come from. Some of my powers. I guess some of it is stuff that I can do without him. But the stuff that I normally am doing is probably mostly him. I met he was in the locket that I found, and so like that's how I found him. Was I found the locket, and he was in the locket because I think something went wrong with like a spell or something he was doing. Actually, Zangi might be involved because he actually remembers Zangi. Like they met when he was still a normal person, I think.
This is a lot.
That is interesting.
Sorry, it's been something that I've been meaning to mention, but like also we've been really busy, and I did only meet you guys like a week ago, so I don't normally tell people about this stuff.
I mean, we were tasked as a group to save the world. I feel like that's a pretty good icebreaker. But...
Well, I know that that's what you've been saying, but I was here to get money so that I could keep traveling to find books about.
And then a being made out of
studying
celestial
magic.
dust told us that we were here to save the world. Like, are we not on board now with like the vision was right? Just saying.
There is no dispute on that. It's no, you are completely correct.
But before we died, I would be okay with, but this hurts. The doubt.
Well,
My goodness.
As this conversation's happening, Bella, you can hear Gray kind of thinking in your head, like just kind of mulling some stuff up.
You can hear him thinking.
Yeah, like there's like a specific kind of feeling or vibe you get when he's actually like really trying to analyze some information.
It's less cohesive, less like put together what he's just thinking. It's more fleeting.
It pops up occasionally when you're doing like Arcana, religion checks, history checks, because some of it's like your information, some of it's whatever he has to contribute, and it's like it becomes a hybrid of just like knowledge that's kind of thrown out there. And he says, "I wonder if I bet we could actually make some type of temporary vessel that I could occupy and communicate through. That is possible. Yeah." Let me think on that some more.
Bella, thank you. I am certain that you do not share this with anybody else, and we are honored that you shared it with us. So thank you. Also, I have some questions. that we can discuss later about the use of magic. I mean, elves are naturally, she's like, like checks out her nail. She's like, we are just naturally magical and in tune with nature and everything. As you know, Itzel, obviously. But I have been experiencing quite a bit more
Maybe my
as
vision's
my connection to the book becomes a little bit, how do you say, deeper and complicated. So I would love your input on any of it.
Um,
It's still like stewing a little bit at the idea that it is not clear that like the vision was correct and we are like together as a team now. Like yeah.
Oh,
So
Odette,
we're
Odette
just
said, "You like no, no one's
poking up.
disputing that. You are completely correct." So, um, uh, maybe not
I
now.
thought we were there already. I don't like there's a level of trust and
Well, I told all of you about my worst enemy, and I am so glad we did have that discussion because we met her, and now we all know how awful Chantel is.
Yeah, Chantel
it's true.
sucks.
She's like top 3 enemies for me
It's
now
the
too.
worst, absolutely. But perhaps we speak to Lady Alora, and she may be able to give us more insight into what is going on.
Oh, that makes sense.
This is the word I can offer.
As you are kind of having this conversation, Valen, you said you're casting Divine Sense. Let me check something real quick.
Bella's walking around the room like sniffing. Like, okay.
Does it smell like sulfur?
Okay. He
Yeah.
absolutely believes you. He's like, there was some bullshit going on in here.
Huh. And that's celestial, undead,
And fiend.
or fiend. Okay, you sense none of those.
Also, the presence of a place or object that is consecrated or desecrated.
Also no.
Okay.
You definitely sense like energy and power around here. I guess I'll go back for a second. No asterisk. Like you sense undead kind of ping in the general area because you know that there are some celestial undead around here, right? So I'm saying that to be true to the area that you're in, but as you're looking around this zone, there's nothing that pings as dangerous on those in those categories.
Okay.
if we're counting undying as undead, does the fact that I'm an undying warlock mean anything for his divine sense?
In this case, no, because I did some screwy things with the monster manual. So
Okay.
You
If you'd
haven't
like to
died
apply
and
to
come
you-
back. That would be
Well,
undead.
not any more than the rest of us.
it's true, you are dying.
Yeah.
So-
We're all zombies.
We don't smell like sulfur. We smell like weird terracotta, like clay golem bit. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mudman,
actually,
yeah.
hey, this is dope as hell. Make a perception check at advantage,
Ooh, Valen.
Valen. Yeah, because there's something else that you might clock.
I was gonna say it's all if we've like poked every corner, we'll attempt to like sit and like meditate and do perception that way. But feel free.
Where'd it go?
I don't have the
17.
17.
ooh.
You sense it's incredibly faint, and it is moving away from you. You do sense the slightest smidge of fiendish energy. It is not. You've not encountered this aura or energy type before.
I'm gonna
So
go
it's
after it quickly. Like if
Okay.
it's fading away, that's what I was looking for was fiendish.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah.
So Valen's like, pretty sure that this room is clear now. There doesn't seem to be. Hold on.
Just turns and walks out.
Odette looks at everybody else and just kind of follows. I think she's been here. Yeah, we've agreed that she's been here before, but she understands kind of the danger of going off the beaten path. So she just looks after her friend.
Okay.
Do we go with them or do we?
Itzel kind of wants to figure out whether there's another door to this still, other than the one door that we all came in. So she's gonna sit and like try and get into like meditative space, and then like feel for whether there's like a change in the air or whatever. Because if like another door took you to a different place in the dreamland, and there's another one still in here,
Do you have detect magic, right?
I do not.
Roll Arcana.
Yeah. Oh, that's not going to do it. Yeah, 8. Not.
Nothing more than what you've already discovered.
Yeah.
There is magic in this place. It's very clearly an enchantment type of magic.
Yeah.
It, based on everything that it kind of creates, yeah.
Yeah.
Diving deeper into it will require way more fine-tuned examination.
Yeah.
Valen of the Dead, as you head out the door, you see kind of disappearing down the shadowy path, not to the north where Aurora went, but off kind of like to the southeast. I'm saying given kind of directions, but this place is very nebulous and weird. Like I said, with the fog kind of rendering as you go. You see Xanros, right?
Oh, wait. Do you want? Sorry, go ahead.
One of the dancers who had been killed and actually revivified in that last encounter with Chantel.
Killed mysteriously. Don't know what happened.
Yeah, crazy. It's like Habeen. Look, no one could be at fault here.
It's hard to
Sorry.
keep track of all the spells flying through the air.
Yeah. We just had a long rest,
Yes.
so I could have detect magic.
Yeah, I'm good with it. If you want to swap that in, let
Yeah.
me run this. And
Yeah,
we'll
I will
re-roll
swap
that.
out a thing, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just not in the ones that I had prepared from last time. So it's
Yeah. I'm good with it. You start following Xanros. Valen, it takes you a second to recognize him. Odette, you recognize him immediately.
Mhm.
He's tall, lanky dude, kind of pale skin, dark hair. It's kind of like swept back. And Odette, you see on good days is like beautifully maintained. Now it looks like he's just got terrible bedhead, just like hair poking every which way. Throwing on kind of like whatever clothes and a cloak, and is just walking through the mist.
Did he come back with a friend?
He doesn't seem to be moving that quickly. He's just moving in a very rhythmic, kind of determined forward motion. You could easily catch up to him with a power walk.
Oh, we can go faster with the aura of alacrity.
Yes.
I believe.
Aura of alacrity is very helpful.
Okay, cool. You start walking towards him. You see the pathway of the Undying Realms kind of start to open up, right? And I'm picturing, like, again, there's that strange purplish, misty fog that kind of covers this area, and is incredibly bright despite the fact that the light from the sun is dim but warm here constantly, right? It's very much like if you've ever been to Iceland or someplace very far north where it's like, it's 4 a.m., but the sun's still up, but it's really not that bright. It's kind of weird. And Odette, you're kind of used to it. Little lights kind of start appearing down this pathway, kind of guiding him through the mist. You can see stuff starting to render ahead of him as he's walking.
Can I tell if the fiendish energy is coming from him or whatever's creating the lights in front of him?
It is coming from him.
All
It
right.
is like a sprinkle of fiendish energy. Like Chantel had a little bit. This guy has even less.
I'm gonna walk up and cast protection from evil and good on him,
Oh, hell yeah.
which would give him advantage to break free of charm, and with the power of Christ compels you.
Tempest.
Just like sprinkle some holy water at him.
Walk up
Spray
and just
bottle.
be like, bam, on the forehead.
Pocket holy water.
Let's see.
Pocket holy water.
One willing creature you touch.
You all laugh, but I do actually have a couple of pocket things of holy water. I don't know a lot of prayers or anything, but I figure these are important for the job, so
Can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed.
Yeah, get out of
They're
there.
already charmed, frightened, or possessed. They get a advantage on any new saving throws. Okay. Yeah, how do you cast this?
I walk up and I slap him on the forehead. Just hey!
It's like a flash of magical energy. He blinks when you do that, kind of just stops walking and looks a little confused.
You okay there,
And
bud?
I was having the strangest dream.
Man.
Kind of like looks around.
Fairies.
You were following some lights into the fog here. Do you know where you were going?
Home? It felt like I was going home.
And where?
Let me get Valen and Odette to make a quick perception check.
Sure. I don't know about that.
19.
I don't know.
19? Oh, hell yeah. All right.
8.
8. I mean, you really have this moment of intimacy with Xanros, right? Just to make sure that he's okay. After all, you know, he's your dancer, he's your friend,
Yeah.
and so you are just consumed by that. Valen, you see off in the distance, and it started to render and then stopped when Xanros stopped walking forward. There was almost like a strange cavern area that led into a almost swirling portal of darkness.
Yeah, my next plan was to follow the lights myself, because whatever's at the end of it, not saying I'm going to jump through a portal, but it might be neat.
You catch a glimpse of that for half a second, and like the fog kind of moves, but you feel like you could probably still find it.
Okay.
But he's like, yeah, I just...
When did this start? When you were brought back, or later?
He looks upset and just goes, I told Itzel that I saw some things on the other side.
On the other side. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was terrifying. There were dark, shadowy creatures. I don't there's thousands of them. Violence in their eyes. Yeah.
All right. Well, you should be good now. Go to bed. Get some sleep.
Okay.
And then I'm about to follow those lights where I think they were going.
Like rubs his forehead. He's like, thanks.
Make sure that you stay on the path and do not deter from it. Do you remember being here, Xanros? And she touches his forehead, like looks back at Valen and touches it again, just make sure it's fine.
You bruised here.
A lot of people are. I'm good. Can people stop? Please stop touching my forehead. This is it's like I don't. I have like a fever. Okay, yeah, it's back that way, right? I'll just go that way.
I've got the glowing sword out, just kind of poking it ahead as my floodlight.
Cool. It does illuminate through the fog, which is nice, right? You notice it's also a little more dim here, but you could probably put more willpower into it and ignite it. It just seems to match the same level of the dim sun at the moment. But yeah, Xanros heads back down the path. And Valen and Odette continue forward towards the strange swirling portal of darkness. Itzel, you're casting Detect Magic?
Yes.
Cool.
Which is 10 minutes of me sitting in the middle of the room, then probably chanting.
Yeah, you said you were meditating, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me look at...
There's a verbal component, as I double-checked, but, yeah.
Can you cast that as a ritual out of character?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that's so helpful.
Yes.
So you don't even expend that spell slot.
Yeah, I double-checked,
It is very,
10
very
minutes,
useful there.
So cool.
is this one thing I'm looking for.
So it's just gonna tell me what kind of magic and somewhat of a where, but it doesn't necessarily reveal an object that was already hidden. So
Interesting. Okay. I need you to make another Arcana check, please.
okay. 18.
18. Cool. Yeah, this room is just radiating enchantment magic, which just confirms what you already knew there. As you really scrutinize and look around with the aid of detect magic, you don't see any additional sources of magic. There is an occasional blip of something that comes off of Bella. Right, beyond just her magical items and gear, like you also track on something else, and when you try to actually focus on it, it's gone.
Okay. Well, I probably should have assumed that was going to be the case because, we're in a room that became a place of rest for us. So it's, unsurprisingly, a whole bunch of enchantment all over the place. Yeah. Everything else is still a little unclear. And I'm going to, keep a sort of, out of the corner of my eye look at Bella, but not not indicate the that I saw it, just kind of get a sense of we're gonna start tracking when this blip comes around.
You said you rolled an 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm gonna redeem guidance for you. So roll a d4.
4.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you detect there is a faint blip of enchantment magic on Bella.
Okay, that's different flavor than the stuff in the room.
Correct.
Yeah.
Different than her weapons, different than all the other stuff that has been there before when you have detected magic.
Enchanting.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
Okay. Bella, would you mind sitting for a second if I try something out?
Sure.
Just trying to get a feel for what's going on here to see if any that's different.
Okay.
And then, assuming she's agreed to that much, we're gonna cast some dispel magic.
Okay. Make a Arcana check. It is. Make sure I get this right. God, math is hard. So DC 22.
Yeah, no, didn't make it. Okay.
You want to use one of our points of advantage? We have 6.
You have 7 now.
We have 7.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, burn that.
Still not enough, guys. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty high
yeah,
check.
Yeah.
No, you attempt to dispel this magic, and you hit something that is just a rock solid, insanely powerful enchantment. that absolutely resists your attempt to dispel. And
What does it
then-
feel like on Bella's end?
Oh boy. Bella, when Itzel casts Dispel Magic and actually, because what do you do when you actually dispel? What's this look like? Right?
So it's like her. Sorry, this is gonna be uncomfortable. Yeah.
Oh, that's the best way to start this description.
The way
I love it
that
already.
the way that it's appeared so far has been like she's kind of like drawing out like a magical essence and letting it disperse. So
Mhm.
it's been like pulling out like a vapor effectively from like the object or the thing that has been magicked and then letting that disperse into the air. So I imagine it probably feels like someone like trying to pull off a sticker or something that's just not coming, or like um
There was a moment where, like, you go to cast, right? And have you ever hit your head on something just so freaking hard that it literally just like knocks your like isn't it like that it's almost a concussive moment where like everything just reverberates and becomes confusing, and you
Scramble.
just can't put your thoughts together at all, right?
Mhm.
It feels like you just ran face first into like a low-hanging bar and just cracked your face into it, and like the entirety of your person just reverberates with this like concussive feel, as Itzel attempts to dispel this magic, and like you immediately feel like disoriented and nauseous, and like it's like kind of stagger back and like have to take a seat, as
Yeah.
your whole you see in Bella's eyes, like her eyes are going like two different directions.
yeah
and she,
like okay, that's
yeah.
all right. So Itzel's gonna start because like Bella's
What-
place of rest
what
at
was-
like so I'm gonna basically like bring her like whatever like the tea or the whatever that she was drinking, and I'm gonna pull like another mango out of a pocket and like
I need
you know just gonna like set her down and start putting like a blanket on. Like yeah, that wasn't that wasn't gonna come the way that I thought it was going to.
I need Itzel to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Great. Okay. Okay, that's a 20. Dirty 20, but it's a 20.
All right, good shit.
Or no, I'm sorry, 21. Dirty 21. It's fine. Of course, it's a
Uh,
dirty one. You can't get a 21 on a 20-sided die. It's fine.
saves for half. Cool. $27.
Don't like these numbers.
31 half to 15. As
Great.
like you step towards Bella, and there's a blast of just concussive force that blows you across the room, and like that.
Like into a bookshelf, and
Yeah, you
great.
just slam into
Okay.
the bookshelf. It falls over. Bella, you see your pendant is just kind of like glowing, and Gray just goes, "What the hell just happened?"
What?
Are you Bella? Are you okay?
Yeah, it's Itzel. Are you okay?
No.
What were you doing?
I'm
That
trying to
hurt.
give you a mango. But
Before the mango.
Yeah.
What were
I tried to dispel whatever you have a weird blink. There's enchantment magic all over this place, but there's something else on you. And it wasn't it's odd. It's like coming it's intermittent. It's like almost like it's like blinking. So I figured that all right, if you came under some enchantment magic that wasn't normal for this room, that maybe it would be helpful to dispel it. And I asked if I could try a thing, and so it was willing, and then there's something, but it's got its teeth in you.
You've got a virus.
well, clearly whatever it is doesn't really want to be.
Yeah, yeah.
So
no,
maybe we
that
shouldn't try
message
that
received.
again.
You hear Gray say to you, I don't know what exactly Itzel was trying to do, but I felt like it shook the very core of our relationship. And that is dangerous.
It sounds like maybe it might be something related to Gray.
If you could ask her kindly not to do that again, I would greatly appreciate it.
So just it's probably okay to
Yeah,
just
no,
leave it.
I got it. I got a bump. I got it. Yeah. Mm.
But you said when she did detect magic, didn't you say this was new? That she hadn't sensed this on Bella before?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, yes. I was going to explain, but
Nope. I've
We'll
got
figure it out.
theories. We're fine. Yep.
yeah,
It's not Gray! Dun dun dun!
yes.
Oh no, I think it's Gray, but yeah, it's
The one thing about patrons is that they're always upfront and honest.
Always.
And
Yeah.
if you just trust them and do what they say, everything's fine.
Yeah, Gray and I have a great relationship. It's a partnership.
Yeah, rock
Partnership.
solid.
We're both equal members.
Equal members, you know? Just blast in the competition. It's great. We'll put a pause here as you hear a knock at the door and you see that Aurora has returned with Lady Ursa, the woman covered in just stardust cloak and veil, or stardust sigils and cloak rather. She says, "I was told that you might need some help, and I'll come back to you guys in a minute. For Valen and Odette, you get a
maybe
little
a
closer
band-aid.
to this portal."
But
Right.
first, I was going to see if I could do a bit of a retcon, see if you
Cool.
were okay with it. I remember we were talking earlier, and I mentioned that I had saved one spell slot in that last combat for in case I got close enough to actually hit her with a smite. So I had that in reserve. I wanted to ask if I could say that I summoned Gruff again before we did the long rest, so that we could have chilled together in my room.
I mean,
Aw.
more cute animals? Hell yeah.
Okay. It means that I don't have to sit down for 10 minutes now and do it. It's
No, I just love that like the two of you are just staring at this weird portal. Like Gruff's head kind of like pops up in between the two of you, just like munching on some like weird purple leaves it found, and he's just like
yeah.
looks at you, looks at Odette. Looks bad.
All right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we've made our way to a strange swirling purple portal.
Yeah, and your divine sense technically would have expired by this point, but this radiates undead energy.
Undead, not fiend.
Undead.
Does it look like the portal that we had at the theater?
No. So as you move closer, what you see is basically this like the purple mist kind of gives way to like almost obsidian black cavernous rock that leads towards this portal, right? And the reason you can tell the actual void portal is there is that the darkness has no shine or reflection as opposed to the obsidian that has a little bit of light coming off of the dim lighting around you. But it goes from purple mist to just black obsidian as far as you can see in front of you, up like this large, almost not quite mountain, but very towering rock structure, right? And there's this swirling portal in the center of it. And as you enter the clearing, you see some fluttering of things that are perched all up and down this obsidian rock face.
On our side of the portal.
Yes. So you hear like wings and a couple calls, things that flutter as you.
Turn to Odette. Is it's normal here? It's always like this.
Let me think for a second. Just taking it all in. Do I remember the structure or any kind of corvids kind of gathering.
You've never seen this, but you are vaguely aware of what's going on here. You know that the Undying Realms are still in the material plane, right?
Mm.
You also know that in the material plane there are physical entrances to uh, other worlds, right? In the same way that you could, go underground far enough and eventually get to Hades, or climb a tall enough mountain and get to Celestia, right? This as it's been mentioned by Lady Alora before, that this place and the Shadowfell are very closely attuned, right? Or
Mhm.
the Plane of Shadows, right? Same place. But that is a land of, obviously death and negative energy and filled with spirits and undead things, right?
Mhm.
As you're looking at this and you're seeing the, ravens, right, that are surrounding this portal,
Um,
you're like, all right, I think I know what this is. Still incredibly dangerous and probably very. It would not be the best idea to go through this thing unprepared. But
mhm.
you're high level adventurers and you can get away with a lot. So
Mhm. Odette, like totally, mom in a car stopping suddenly, just like throws her like gloved hand like right in front of Ellen, or we're about the same height, I think. So like it just kind of right there, and she says, "No further. This is we are in the Undying Lands. It is the veil between here and the Shadowfell, very thin like paper. If we go in here without our friends, without their right equipment, this is the Raven Queen's domain, and we would be walking into a very, very terrible situation.
Okay.
But
But it looks like something ripped a hole here.
yes, it is not unusual, I think, for something like this to be here. It makes perfect sense to me. Zanro said that he felt like he was going home.
I think it's because he was hypnotized.
Perhaps, or perhaps, what exactly the magic that you have been using that led us here? I trusted you. We didn't really talk about where we were going, but I am very, very impressed by your insight. What did you do to Zanros?
I gave him protection from evil,
Oh,
which would give him a chance to break free of that mind control.
I do something very similar. Just shadow magic, she says, and she goes like that, and like little shadowy ravens just kind of like shoot out the side of her, like in her hands. She's like, it's whatever. But
the ravens flutter up and like perch on the obsidian rock with the other ravens.
that is new and disconcerting. Maybe we start to walk back down the path where it is a little safer.
My worry is that if we go back, we won't be able to come. We won't be able to find it again. I can send Gruff to get the others because Gruff can find me no matter what.
That
I'll
is a
say
good point.
I'll say this for Odette. You know enough about this place that you can find it again, right? It may take some effort or some willpower, but once you've found a place here, it's easier to find it a second time. So long as so long as the realm is cooperating with you, right? If you piss it
we
off,
will
it's a whole different story.
we will be able to find this again. I guarantee it. May take a little bit of elbow grease, as you say, but we will be able to find this again.
All right, I trust you.
Yes.
Let's go back.
Let us go back. And I really need to speak to Lady Alara about all of this. And I honestly would like to get her to look a little bit at my book before we do anything
Yeah,
else.
before we move on. Yeah.
Yes. Seeing as it is connected to Zengi, and it seems like apparently the amulet that Bella has is also connected to Zengi. I certainly hope that all of the objects of power that we are collecting have no more relation to Zengi. I'm sick of him.
I mean, he was one of the legendary wielders of the Holy Avenger. Everyone knows this.
Exactly.
I'm just lying.
It's like, don't make me come over
Why?
there.
Blatant lies at this point. Not even like misdirection.
What a complicated backstory, man. How'd you change?
Yeah, whatever. Got nothing. Yeah, you start heading back, right? Gruff still grabbing some foliage and just munching on it. He seems pretty happy with, the dining selection that he's able to conjure up in the mist.
Good.
Yeah, and
What he wants when he rests. It's the
Yeah.
best alfalfa.
Itzel and Bella, it's a few minutes before Val and Odette come back. Lady Ursa's there with Aurora. She kind of like glides into the room and lights up a little bit with just like soft twilight. And she looks at Bella and says, "Your friend here has informed me that you are having bad dreams. Is that true?"
Well, I guess they were dreams, which is strange because I don't sleep, so I don't normally have dreams at all.
Well, you don't have to sleep to have dreams. After all, dreams are an essential part of being. I would hope that you don't lose all your dreams from a lack of sleep. But would like to reinforce on behalf of Lady Alora that you are our guest, and we would be remiss to let something like this affect you and affect your stay. As such, we would like to give you a gift that we think will help in the future from these dreams or visions.
Okay.
And she like puts two fingers in her mouth to whistle, and like whistles with this like weird noise of like wind chimes almost. And with a poof of like blackish purple smoke, a tiny, about the size of a corgi, elephant with purple fur and big shining blue eyes just pops into the room.
Is that my gift?
And she says, "This is Bon Bon. Bon Bon is, well, I'll let her explain." And the elephant creature starts to talk to you. It just says, "Hi, I'm Bon Bon, and my job is to make sure bad dreams don't affect you. So I can take care of all that for you, Bella. Nice to meet you. Hi, you look like you're hurt. Are you okay?" She points at Itzel.
I'm assuming with their trunk pointing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Itzel normally would kind of be like, "I'll shake it off. I'm fine." But the appearance of this adorable furred elephant, possibly fey creature, it's like, yeah, I got thrown into a bookcase, and I definitely have a bump on my head and things.
Oh, well, we can take care of that. And just literally inhales and trumpets from her long trunk as like these weird starry sparkles come over you. You are healed for some hit points. You are healed for 12 points of damage.
Beautiful. It's awesome. I love it.
Odette and Valen, as you're walking back towards Bella's room, you just hear it's just like a little blast of sparkly light comes from her doorway, and you see like little bits of stardust come flying out like debris. It's kind of like land on the floor and then disappear into the mist.
Can we go
Okay.
in? Yes. Let's go in.
Yeah.
You walk inside, you see this weird elephant doggo creature.
Bon bon.
Uh, Bon Bon. I
Could
do
we
actually.
show it one more time?
It's
I
it's
have.
purple. Is the
Purple.
okay.
Purple and furry
Yeah,
and corgi sized
yeah.
with big shining blue eyes.
A
Yes.
corgi-sized elephant. I did not get the corgi size. I was like, now there's an elephant in the room. It's really crowded. But
It looks like this. This is Bon Bon.
It's great. I mean, you don't have to get rid of it. You can leave it up for the duration of the conversation if you want.
Just like just
That's better
you
than I
can
was
if you need to
imagining,
like
actually.
cover up
Um,
like our faces so Bon Bon can
I thought I had an idea of what Bon Bon was, and now I'm not entirely certain. Was the art for Bon Bon AI created? Because that's awesome.
Yes.
Ah, yay! I love it. That's what we're doing with this. Yay!
Yeah, it turns out having an AI just render like the crazy ideas that I have or that Heather has is
Hmm.
it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. But that is Bon Bon.
Great.
And so Lady Ursa says, now, of course, this is a mutual relationship. Of course, we'll look out for Bon Bon, and she'll look after you while you're here. But we'd be wrong in our part to not act on something that would hurt one of our guests. Ah, Valen. Odette, good to see you.
Hello, Lady Ursa. Is there trouble? Because we might have more of it.
Oh?
So it turns out that the guy we brought back from the dead appeared to come back with some kind of fiendish charm on him, and he was walking off into the fog with a trail of lights leading him to a portal into the Shadow Realm. So we fixed him. The portal's still there.
Well, the portal to the Shadowfell is something that I will not say it's not a concern, but it is a feature of this place.
A
Sure.
feature?
Feature.
It's a feature, not a
Is-
bug.
Has Zenros, your friend, has he encountered any type of harm or near-death experience recently?
Oh, yes.
No.
He
It was
yes,
very temporary.
it was very temporary. You have to understand, he is a backup dancer.
If Bon Bon's still near me, Itzel's gonna like try and cover it.
He's a backup dancer. It's okay.
You have to understand, very inexperienced. But made the cut. And I am glad he is on our troop. But he said that when he was on the other side, he saw thousands of shadow creatures, like an army just waiting to cross over. And he started reciting something in particular. Does anybody remember what he was saying? He's like, maybe just a description?
Yes. He was saying that the goodness, hold on, this is further back than I thought it was. That there were legions of them just on the other side, and that they were coming for everywhere, not just Neverwinter.
Yes, for every yeah. So he is better. I imagine if the protection spell that Valen cast removed some kind of influence from him, perhaps something came back with him.
That's my theory.
There are instances where people who experience death or near death for a time are pulled towards an afterlife or towards, well, the actual dying realms, right?
Yes.
So if he did have some type of experience like that recently, the effect of that could still linger on him. It seems whatever you did, Sir Valen, was able to help him
Do
decide
we,
which realm he wanted to be in.
do we need to worry about it happening again? He did say that it felt like he was walking home.
Hmm.
And what kind of what did you sense on him exactly, Valen?
It was very, very faint, fiendish energy.
That makes no sense.
Yep.
I mean, the actual dying lands, the Shadowfell, that is negative energy on undead. Why would the fiends?
That's a great question, because somebody's driving the bus.
Hmm.
Oh,
I'll bring the attention to Sir Oswald and have him dispatch some knights to go examine this. We can't close that connection, but we can guard it more thoroughly.
Lady Ursa, could you speak plainly with us for just a moment? Lady Alora has guards now. That is unthinkable. She is perfectly capable of handling herself. But the shadows around here, they have a sharpness to them, a almost danger that I've never seen before.
Roll persuasion at advantage.
Oh, of course. Specialties. Oh, that is a natural 20, my friend.
Oh, dang!
A 10 and a 20, so
Wow.
Nice.
You're busting those out at the right time. She takes a step towards the door as if she's about to leave. Right? And you're thinking, she just nods and goes, "That's a very interesting question." Glides over towards the door and shuts it. And says, "It is what I'm about to tell you is only because you are Lady Alora's family.
thank you.
And to the rest of you, that trust is extended through Lady Odette here.
I trust them with my lives.
You know that there have been shifts and changes in the world." Holy cow, my dog just kicked in my door. Like, I don't know if you heard that, but that was Daisy
Yes.
literally
Yeah.
jumping on the door handle and opening the door now to be in this room. Hi. Are you,
No peace ever again.
Are you okay?
You figured out how handles work.
Oh
As
my
soon as she figures
god.
out the can opener, you're out.
Yeah. You're
Yeah,
no
I'm
longer,
not
yeah, you're
needed
not
anymore at
useful.
that
Yep.
point. So, hi, are you having
Thumbs,
fun
what are
like
those
breaking
for?
the dramatic tension of this scene? Yeah. Good girl.
I mean, it could have been adding to it. The noise was pretty, breaking down a door.
She
Lady
shuts
Ursa
the door.
closes the door.
Right.
A dog monster jumps in.
Bonbon turns evil.
What I'm about to do.
So, just a giant version of Bon Bon with fangs. No!
Oh no.
Um,
It's not.
That's a
It's
cool
Knob
thing.
Knob. Oh no. Oh, her evil opposite.
Are you coming in or not? Figure your shit out. Okay, bye.
Knob is here to make sure that your room is not working for you. Trumpets inflict
Knob is
wounds.
from the Shadowfell.
I love it. She says, "Lady Alora has always hoped this day would never come, but you know as well as I that Zangi is back. And that means that whatever semblance of peace or tranquility that we were to experience here will likely be lost shortly.
Truly.
Her eyes kind of travel to the book in your hands and says, Lady Laura, even with the best intentions, did take that book from him.
She did.
And, well, Zengi has a long memory.
So,
I think she's preparing for the worst. I think she's right to do so. I tell you this because you are our guests. And while you are here, you, by extension of family, and by extension of, well, customs, you have a right to know that you may be in danger.
thank you, Lady Ursa. Your trust means so much to all of us. We have been in danger, and we can defend ourselves. Do you think that there is a way to remove Zengi's influence from the book? Perhaps if every time I open it, it seems to draw him closer, and I've had a vision where he interrogated me, said he could not remove the book's influence, but if I were to give that up, he would save me and all of my friends.
Zengi will lie to get what he wants. I would not trust any promise he makes you. In terms of, well, Lady Alora spent a very long time researching that book before she decided to pass it to you. I would ask her.
Hmm.
I don't have the information that you would need.
Thank you. Is there anything else we can do to protect ourselves, or are you expecting Zengi to invade here like he did our home?
She goes to say something and kind of stops. Says, you should ask Lady Alora. She'll be interested in having this conversation with you. All of you.
Thank you.
She nods, gives Bon Bon one little, polite nod and says, be good to our guest. And Bon Bon's like, you got it! And proceeds to nod to all of you and glide out.
It's not bad.
It is a lot of information.
Yeah, it's real heavy.
Perhaps we speak to Lady Alora next?
I think that's a good idea.
Valen, you must well, I guess we all have something to report, don't we? She kind of shrugs. How did you... Both of you look like you were in a state when we came in.
Yeah, you see the books still kind of thrown all over the ground. The shelf is tilted to the side. Itzel looks better. She looks a little rough when you first came in.
Bon Bon did the thing. I'm mostly fine now. Yeah.
Is it kind of
Is that the whole story?
Yeah, that's it. Yep, I'm mostly fine now. If Bon Bon is gonna get close enough for me to attempt this, she's gonna try and basically pick him up and hold him. But yeah,
Bon Bon looks at you and looks over at Bella.
Oh, do we? Okay. Well, yes. The reason that I went into the bookshelf was because I tried to dispel an enchantment on Bella that doesn't want to be dispelled. that okay, that like, and I'll like look at Bonbon. I'm like, okay, yes, I appear that is in fact information I should probably share. That all right, that's true. Um,
I'm not too
the
worried about that. I just want to make sure that like I'm supposed to be here helping Bella, so like if that's cool with her, then absolutely. I'll
Yeah, sure.
okay, I'll like
Yeah.
carry
cool.
him
And then
over to
Bonbon
you
just hops
and like
into
hold
Itzel's
him.
arms.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be. Uh, the um yeah,
It's really high
so
up here.
obviously the whole room is enchanted. Like, I mean, that we kind of, yeah, no, not shocking, I know. But like Bella has a blip on her, um, and it doesn't want to come off.
Oh well, I think it's just my something about my partnership with Gray. So I don't think it's a good thing to try to take it off.
Itzel is definitely gonna have like the look on her face like she just bit into something like profoundly sour. Like the okay,
So another knock at the door.
Quick question: when I used my divine sense in her earlier, did I get a feel for that aura at all, or that
No.
enchantment?
because it was
That would not have pinged.
yeah, the type of magic is not.
Mm-hmm. Good question though. But yeah, there's a knock at the door.
Beyond? Hello?
As the door opens, there is a very elegant and pretty looking long-haired, like blue and white tinted winter Eladrin standing at the doorway. You recognize her as Daphne. And she kind of stops and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize all of you were in here. I'm looking for Valen. Hi."
We're in Bella's room.
I knocked, just been knocking
Oh,
on all the
okay,
other
yeah.
doors, and
Oh, I did that earlier. Yeah, okay.
yeah, Aurora wasn't around. I couldn't find her, so I didn't know where anybody was. So I just started knocking. I probably should have paid more attention.
Not Alora. Wow, Aurora hasn't come back?
She was walking around with the Star Lady doing something.
Okay, but she's
yeah.
not like alone walking around.
I don't think so. Hey, Valen, can I talk to you for a second? I'm sorry. This is a bad. I'll come
Do
back.
I know you?
You saved her life, remember?
Yes.
Saved by
Okay.
Beth
Okay.
Arbor?
Yeah. I'm just like I'm lost for who this person is. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I go look outside.
We're great people. It's fine.
Quickly whispered, she's like, she is one of the principal dancers, one of 6 of them. So
Yes. Was
Very
this the one that I tossed?
I believe it was actually.
Perfect. I absolutely remember.
No,
her.
I'm sorry. That was Becca. Becca was the one.
Yes, that was Becca.
Yeah.
Daphne was the one you revivified.
Okay.
You kind of step outside, and this is a very talented performer. You can see very clearly like the just frame of a lean and like dexterous dancer, right? And all of her body language just says like awkward at this point.
Mm.
And she just says, "So I just wanted to thank you for saving my life, and I wanted to know, do you do like sword lessons?"
Absolutely. Self-defense is important.
Okay. Can I sign up for those? Because like when Chantel came in with all those monsters, I didn't know what to do. It's not really my thing, so I just wanted to.
Left you
I'd like
feeling
to learn how to
helpless.
fight.
No, that's an awful feeling, and I absolutely understand. See if any of the others are interested, and I'll probably do something later.
Okay, yeah. Sounds great. And she thanks you and runs off.
When you were on the other side, did you say Army of Darkness? When you happened to cross over during the fight, before we brought you back, did you see anything bad on the other side?
No. no, it just everything went dark, and then felt like a weird, sort of warm light or some type, and then next thing I knew, I saw you.
Awesome. All right. See you later.
Okay, bye. Just like rolls out.
She got to go to heaven, so she didn't have this problem.
Stop blaming the victim for
Are
seeing
you trying to
legions
say
in the
something about
shadow?
them?
Some people make better saving throws than others when they die. It's just a matter of like what the dice say. Who knows?
And that,
Allegedly.
and that, kids, is how you get into heaven. Good death saves. That's all.
Good saving throws.
Randomization agents. That should make you all feel great. Yep.
Hope your D20 doesn't mess you up. That's
To get
a 2.
into heaven,
All right.
you have to have the praise of RN Jesus.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cool. So that's done. Let me look at my notes for this session. Silly thing, check. Silly thing, check. Okay, cool. What now? A lot of stuff going on.
All right, so at this point, it sounds like Lady Laura is going to put extra guards on that portal. So we might be good for now. The worry is what's on the other side, right? Like something actively tried to take Zavros,
Zenros.
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 Somebody actively tried to get him to walk through the portal. So what's on the other side that doesn't like us very much?
You can roll knowledge religion if you'd like, and so can everybody.
That has
I know.
never failed me.
I was gonna say, I actually feel like I've done okay with these before. I have, of course, just jinxed myself.
I think it's hilarious that as the actual priest in the group who's
Yeah,
doing
no,
this,
you're awful
I
at this.
can't
Yes.
do a religion check to save my soul.
17? 17.
I got a 15.
Good.
You got a 15 as well.
Too.
Nice. What a Bella gets. She's the book nerd.
I
Yeah.
am a book nerd.
Come on, nerd. What you got?
Yeah.
Nerd.
Say something smart, nerd.
You
I'm touching my forehead. Why do people keep doing this?
I got a 19.
Okay. All pretty good rolls. So the big thing with the Shadowfell is it is a plane of negative energy, right? If you go there as a living, breathing, mortal humanoid thing, it will have a lot of adverse effects on your being, right? But it is also a place where like souls travel to, right? Not necessarily bad people, because it's not hell, right? It's not the abyss. It's not anything like that. It's just a plane of negative energy where effectively Incarnum could be drawn to, like soul magic could be drawn to it.
Just because it's a plane of death doesn't make it evil.
Correct.
Death is natural. Gotcha.
Right. The entities that live there, particularly the Raven Queen, are very protective of their realm, but also perform a very necessary function, right? By effectively keeping the cycle of life and death ongoing. And so we'll always wonder why people are in their domain and why you're interfering with their business, but can also be reasoned with. They're not horrid monstrosities, but they are incredibly powerful. Excuse me. The other thing is Shadowfell is very similar to something that Itzel mentioned before, right? It can be navigated, right? Because you don't just go in and see like a castle and that's the Raven Queen's domain. It literally overlays the material plane. It just has connection points in a few areas. This one is very literal. The fact that there's an actual portal, but there are connection points in like graveyards, morgues, other places of like, well, mass death, right? The barrier's weaker there. So theoretically, one could travel through the Shadowfell, right? If you had the right materials to navigate it.
And we were worried about the big bad moving armies through pathways there.
Mm-hmm. It would be a very, very awesome move to not have to move your entire army of undead minions through like the sunlit plains of the Sword Coast to take over a city. If someone could actually pull that off.
I
Yeah.
wonder if
You know,
somebody
with, like,
paid tribute to the
hypothetically
Raven
speaking.
Queen to use her realm for that.
It's possible. So, but yeah, there's other stuff in there too. Like there are also just random like wandering undead. There are just like creatures that form because of negative energy that just exists, and they like pull and become these weird aberrations, basically. But they're not necessarily they're a byproduct of the function of what the realm is. Sometimes when you shadow walk, Odette, you are technically blipping through the Shadowfell. You're doing it in just such a fast moment and interval that it has no negative effects on you.
Interesting.
So that's kind of like what the group knows as you're talking through this and like different things you've read, and like Bella putting a book on the table and being like, "This is interesting about the Raven Queen." And, there's a bunch of stuff you kind of pull together.
So she is largely neutral from what we understand. So I imagine if somebody paid a price, like Valen was saying, she'd be like, yes, you can use my road, I suppose.
Do you think she would tell us?
If we also brought her a gift?
I do not know. The thought of that makes me very nervous.
People do like gifts a lot. Like it's
True.
Bonbon still in Itzel's arms.
Maybe she'd
Makes
like
them
a
real happy.
purple elephant.
Um,
Now, my idea was.
and if she was already bought, there's no reason for her not to sort of play both sides for benefit.
The question is, would Zengi pay tribute to another queen, or would he just try to march his armies through? Because if she doesn't know about it, I absolutely want to go tell her about it. I'm gonna go tattle like a mofo.
That I do not know. Bella, do you think?
Do we think that this would be a valuable information gathering mission? Or should we just keep on our MacGuffin search to take out Zengi?
Well, and we're looking, yeah.
Here,
Would it be possible? Excuse me. Would it be possible that she would have information about where to find any of the artifacts we're looking for? Either.
Gray says to Bella, "Listen, we're on a mission here to extend our lives, and going to the realm of death seems very counteractive to that. I'm just a passenger here, but I don't recommend it." I feel like we have lost Bella. Sorry. Welcome back.
Yes, sorry.
Now, Gray is saying, like, hey, with our goal of trying to not die, going to the Raven Queen's realm seems like a terrible idea. But again, I'm just a passenger, so do you.
Yeah, it's the quick risk of death with the Shadowfell versus the longer risk of death if like things come out of the Shadowfell. It's a tough call.
Well, maybe we focus on the items that we are supposed to collect.
Do we have a lead on the next one?
I
I don't know that we do. Like,
So,
did we get any direction?
Dusty and Sunshine said they would be in contact. Is that my recollection?
correct. So, right now, the biggest issue has been not having the time to actually sit and try to contact them. Itzel, you know that since things are a little more calm, you could probably meditate and talk to them, right? In a deliberate manner.
Yeah. I'm a little bit sad that like we're not getting our messages through like Lady Ursa or whatever, but it's fine. Yeah, we're good.
Well, Lady Ursa seems nice and helpful, and that would be
she does. I just assume like somebody here has a mantle, and they're just not giving up the information right now. It's fine. We'll be secretive about it. See if I care. Like I guess I can reach out if we want to. Though I guess that depends if that's our next step. And
I think touching base with the boss man is probably a good spot. We are between goals and we are at a quiet time. This seems like a good time to do it. I would think.
We
I'm
Um,
gonna, yeah, great. I'm gonna require that we do this in my restful room because this room just no longer seems like a good idea to be in an altered state. Um, just in case. Um,
I can certify this room is 100% clear of nightmares.
Hello.
Thanks, Bon Bon.
Thanks, Bon
What I
Bon.
do.
Uh, great.
Well, the trunk just like sniffs around a bit. Yep.
Yeah. Um, not quite what I'm worried about, but yeah. Yes. So, I'm gonna make you all come to the mangrove.
Sure,
The
sure.
'cause
That
it's
seems
awesome.
fair.
Mangrove.
Yeah. And yeah. So
You kind of head out and change rooms as you're
yeah, definitive plan though. Then everybody is that we're looking for guidance to maybe go look for items before
Well, I
talking
think
to Raven Queen, or are we using this just as a to make a decision?
I think that this is a good time to bring them up to speed on everything we've learned.
And I'll also do a quick breakdown for you all since you have a moment to think. As you're walking over towards Itzel's room, Odette, you see Aurora. She comes like riding over to you and says, "Okay, so I took care of all the stuff with Lady Ursa. What do you need done?
oh,
If you
thank
got
you.
nothing else, I can make the dancers rehearse and everything. But like, what are you thinking?"
Oh, thank you for yes. And she like kind of squeezes her shoulder. She says, "Make sure that you are all safe. Of course, stretch. Not a day goes by
I
without a
love Ghost
play.
Messalina in the background there because the chroma key.
I love it.
Um,
Ghost cat.
I
Oh,
would,
hi.
at the very worst, Aurora, I would say just if you see a messenger, let them know that we are interested in speaking to Lady Alora and make an appointment, I suppose. She's
Uh,
very busy.
Lady Ursa did mention that she would pass along that you wanted to meet. So you should, whenever you need to do that, head towards the keep,
Oh, thank you so
the
much.
guest hall, right? Yeah. Okay. On
Okay.
it.
Um,
And you hear
You're
I
the
her.
one.
wanted to. Vala wanted to say that
Hmm?
instead of rehearsal for the dancers, there was one of them came to me and mentioned how traumatic this experience was, and so I was going to have a first aid, a self defense class basics for if they were ever in trouble again. I figured it might help them feel more secure.
Oh, it's
So
traumatic because what? Some people died like that. Right. We're in Neverwinter.
so
No, I'm sorry. You were saying self-defense classes. Yes, that's
it's
You're talking to a hobgoblin who's like, yeah. That happens all the time.
yeah,
Like,
it's new to them. They dancers, yeah. So if they want like an hour to gather it over here,
looks at Lady Odette. Like,
Oh, yes, of course. I believe Daphne
mhm.
expressed specific concern, and Daphne came looking for Valen. She kind of says pointedly, and then she says, Valen, Daphne seems to have taken a shine to you.
she seems like a nice girl.
Aurora just makes a note on our clipboard and says, I mean, if she wants something to organize, she could have just gone through me, but fine. Okay, whatever. She went direct to the source. Yep. Hey, it's all taken care of. I'm glad we coordinated this. I'll have people doing this in like an hour. Find a meadow or something for you all to rehearse in.
And what I actually wanted to do, because there was points that there are guards here, right, in this area,
Yes.
and there are not normally guards here.
Correct.
So one of the things that I was going to do was put it out that I'm going to also have maybe some advanced techniques, because I was the sergeant in charge of my prince's bodyguard detail before I became a paladin. I can show them some things too.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, a couple of them are are very interested. The big thing is they need to get permission from Sir Osborne before they can take leave and do that. But they're all very intrigued by this, especially as they look at you like your armor and your sword, and they're like, "Yeah, I could. This guy probably has some street cred to back up what he's saying."
I'm very shiny.
Mm-hmm. So very cool. But yeah, so Aurora runs off to take care of that, to go find you a meadow for sword forms and stuff. And you head to Itzel's room. A couple of things I want to recap as you're sitting there thinking for a moment. Then we'll take a quick break, right? So over the last couple of days, which have been crazy for you, you've learned obviously there have these mantles of power that have caused you to come back to life, and apparently this is not the first time you have encountered Zengi, or the mantle you are wearing has encountered Zengi, right? Which has led to some bizarre back and forth conversations, right? Because he very clearly remembers this, and you guys really don't.
There's been some implication that this is not our first life.
Yes, ain't my first rodeo. But in terms of places you can go, because Sunshine and Dusty did say there were relics of power that would help. They did. Valen, between them and your brief inspiration from Tempest, you believe that the Holy Avenger was the thing that you were supposed to get a hold of, right?
Yes.
So that was a pretty easy layup.
One.
The rest are a little scattered, and they did say they would give you more information once you got your bodies back and you got set up. So contacting them is absolutely an option. There's a teleportation circle in basically the guest hall, right? You know that, Odette, if you ask Lady Alora, there's a good chance she'd be happy to send you wherever you would like to go, right?
Mhm.
She may ask you for something in exchange, like just to take care of business around here, but be more than happy to do it without nefarious strings. There are established teleportation circles in Neverwinter, which may not be safe to go back to, but it's there, right? There's one in Waterdeep, there's one in Baldur's Gate, and there's one in Calimport. Okay. Waterdeep is also where the gentleman Benjamin Lawson, who you met his ghost and acquired his dope watch from a dungeon crawl, was from.
I wanted to return that to his family.
Mm-hmm. It's also where Yusef, Metzley, and Cole went for safety, right? So those are all options for travel, right? Just immediately. You can also travel to any of your hometowns and places you are intimately familiar with. That makes teleportation really easy. A sketchier place you could try to travel to would be that insane workshop that Gray mentioned to Bella in the, I believe, Greyhawk Mountains or Greystone Mountains, right? That one's a little more difficult because none of you have been there, and it's hard to kind of pin down a location that way. So there's more of a chance of error or weird stuff happening. But it was a workshop that Zengi occupied before he, quote, went ethereal. So those are all the kind of places that are laid out for you right now, even before you jump into this conversation with Sunshine and Dusty. So I know it's been a couple of months in game or out of character, but in character it's been like 3.5 days.
Yep.
So
where are these Grayscale Mountains?
On the map of the Sword Coast, if you can imagine, like Neverwinter being over here on the coast, the Grayscale Mountains are kind of westward towards the continent. I can show you the map in Discord as well. But
Not a lot of color in the Grayscale Mountains.
I think it's Greystone, right?
It could be Greystone. I would have to look. I'm looking at I have a lot of things going on right now. Let me make sure I get this actual.
It's not Greyhawk, but
Not Grey Skull Mountains, right?
Castle Grayskull is on the Greystone Mountains, yes.
Castle Grayskull, that's the one. Grey Peak Mountains. I was wrong all over.
Ooh.
So. Also, Itzel, if you like to make a nature check or survival, whichever is better for you, you're welcome to do so.
Okay, great. Nah, all right. Well, it's survival, but that's still only an 11.
Okay. Yeah. So you'd have to really spend some time on a map or get some more terrain features, but you do know that you're near the Sea of Fallen Stars. On a 15, I would have given you like a closer location to
Yeah.
where you actually are.
No, that
You
was
can figure it out. It's just gonna take you
very
some time
bad.
to actually. Yeah,
Uh,
you'll actually have to get a map and do some actual
yeah,
math rather than
like
being like, yeah, I know this area. But with that said, as you get prepped to talk to Dusty and Sunshine, I think we're going to take a good 10-minute break here and come back.
appreciate it.
It seems like the way to do it. All right. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
See you soon.
We are back.
Hey.
Still no character art, but that's a problem for future me in the next stream. It's all good. Let us continue our adventure.
Let us make a collect call to the other side.
Seems fine. Cool. So, Itzel, how do you set this up? Right?
Yeah.
Walk me through what this cool meditative situation looks like when you go to make this call.
Naturally. So everybody's gonna be there because I figure that you're gonna want like immediate information. So she's kind of gonna just like lead you into the door and be like, oh right, there's a step down because you have to step like into, the ocean water. And she's be like, like just like there's a hammock, but like, there's plenty of comfortable places in the trees, and like just sort of like broadly gestures to like where the rest of them could be. I feel like Burble probably like does a couple of like jumps and flips so you know that he's about.
Gruff
And like
starts
with that,
munching
like
on
just
the
sort of
hammock.
offhand, like of course you all will know where to put yourselves in the trees. Like that's a normal thing that people do. So go crazy. And she's gonna set herself up like out in the water a little bit. So like instead of like floating, she'll kind of like form a little like indent in the sand underneath but like still be sitting sort of in the motion of the water. And face towards the trees where you guys have set yourself up if anyone and just sort of like sit like cross-legged, like easy posture, but sitting in the water so she can kind of time her breath with the motion of the waves coming in and out really gently. Like, we'll see how this goes. And and like as you all settle down, there's like spider monkeys that are like chattering around and stealing fruit, maybe sharing some of it with you if you look particularly nice about it. Burble will bring somebody a coconut. Like but
Very cool. Yeah, you get everyone settled and you begin to start this meditative process, gathering energy, and for a while it's just kind of tranquil, right? It's not quiet because you're hearing all those nature sounds.
Yeah.
Smooth like movement of water and breeze through the trees, all that stuff. But it's very nice.
Yeah, it's calm. But I feel like when I came in for rest, this was like sunny afternoon kind of but now that the purpose has become meditation, it's become like
the lights
that
dimmed.
like ultramarine twilight. Yeah, like the lights have gone and like the first stars are out. And like Itzel, when she's meditating, like kind of goes into like a half version of her starry form and is like sending out little like pulses of starlight with her breath, I feel like, with the waves. So there's like a little bit of like glittery stuff along with the motion of the water as it moves in towards the trees.
Very cool. Yeah, all of you are just leaning back and kind of letting this tranquil state wash over you. And you realize in a moment you start to separate from your physical being, right? And you're like an ethereal version of yourself, effectively from your fingertips, kind of going up your arm, starts turning into little motes of stardust and flying kind of upwards. Doesn't have any sensation to it, but it looks really cool as it catches the light and just sparkles as the four of you are just pulled up and then manifest in your actual forms around that same table and that room full of constellations and light. And you see, sitting at one end of the table, Dusty and Sunshine. And Dusty gives you a wide, like the stars kind of shape into a mouth and gives you like a wide, sparkling smile. And Sunshine just nods solemnly with approval, just says, "Hey, you guys made it! Wow, great! And you look awesome!" Like, it was fun to kind of watch the the physical forms you all had, and it's neat from a distance, but up close and personal, wow, you look great.
I'd be happier if they didn't sound so surprised.
Just every single NPC has just been like, I hope you guys make it. Best of luck to you. Oh shit, you actually made it. Like, yeah. And of course, Sunshine just nods and says, "It's good to see you all again."
Question. Is it like last time where Bella defaults to her true form in this space?
I think yes. I think that's a established canon piece, right? So
Yeah. So in that case, it is not the Bella as she's been presenting in most of the time of the appearance of an elven scholar with updone hair and formal
true form
robes
Bella
so
hair,
much
much
as
That's a true form Bella hair, much better.
yeah. So in her form as Jin, the changeling, she has extremely like white skin, these black pools of eyes, and just sort of a shock of like a short pixie cut of like just white hair, and wearing a much more simple sort of almost like just shirts and like basic pants with nothing nearly as ornate as the Bella robes.
We're all just like, God, I'll never get used to that.
Right. Hi. Yes. The other face. Yes.
Bella, or Jin now, I guess. You notice as you're kind of getting like settled over the initial like, oh shit, yeah, I've form shifted. I didn't mean to do this. Here we are. You notice again that Gray is distinctively absent from this conversation. You don't feel any of his like background thinking, or like it's basically like someone like kind of tapping their fingers on a desk while they're pondering something, maybe humming a bit. You don't hear any of that normal noise from him. So,
Yes.
heroes.
You have been keeping track of us.
Kind of gestures towards the table, which like ripples like liquid almost, and shows you like an above a topographical view of Faerun, and says, like you said, there are Sunshine says, there are many rules about how we can and cannot interfere, but we can always watch.
So, you...
Dusty goes, that sounds really ominous, but yeah, we were actually trying to keep tabs on you to like make sure you were successful and to, make sure we didn't have to, try to help where we can, right? There are rules, points at Sunshine, that we gotta follow. So, yeah, glad you made it back though. That corpse flower, man, that's something else.
Don't remind me of that, please.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That looked. You know what? We'll move on. So please, sit.
So you know all about that. We got one artifact. We fought through a bunch of stuff in there. Seems to be an army of darkness forming.
Sengi has a lantern.
Zengi has a lantern.
Is Chantel one of the, like, is she affiliated with?
How does she figure into all of this?
Chantel just
like-
sucks.
Yes, she does. But does she fit into this? This is information that we already know. But how does she fit into this?
They look at each other, and Sunshine says, that information is not something we can directly provide as it is not related to Zengi specifically. And Dusty goes, yeah, hands are, I don't want to say tied, but that one's a little weird because that's not within our lane. However, we can give you information on that. That one would have to come down to some sort of exchange, right?
What?
But she's unrelated to Zengi.
Directly. Unrelated directly.
Not a direct threat. We'll call it that.
Oh, that's different.
But you can
so
give us.
what kind of things do you even exchange? Like, what could we possibly be giving to you that you would want?
Did I bring Bonbon with us?
I'm tracking all of your animal companions have stayed back.
Okay, good. Just checking.
I'm picturing like Bon kind of like playfully batting at Burble and like Gruff eating her
Oh
head.
yeah, no, the two of them are having a grand
Like,
time. Yeah.
That's what I picture. Unless you really
if
wanted to
he's
bring
the
them
thing
for
that I
some reason.
suspect that he is, that was
Yeah.
Huh?
But no, they look at you and they say, we can deal in concepts, right? We don't need tangible things, but we can certainly exchange information for information or intent or knowledge. But let's talk about Zengi first, because that's something we can talk about clearly and openly without any obligation from all of you, because you are mantles of fate, and therefore you should be informed as much as possible. But if you do, Jin, want to have a conversation about Chantel or Odette later, we can do that as well. This will be a little different. Sunshine looks as uncomfortable as a animated suit of armor can in this conversation. Like, Dusty is clearly doing some like weird sideways shenanigans to like stay within the technical laws of like this cosmic deal that they have to follow. But it looks like real shady. But it seems to be genuinely trying to help in the same way. It's like, I'm not supposed to do this. My boss could probably fire me, but you can put my employee ID in and give yourself a 10% because I like you, you know, kind of deal. That's kind of the vibe you get here. Sunshine says, do you know of the plains of Shar?
Shar. The goddess of darkness?
There's a region in Faerun named Shar. A large, well, it was once a beautiful planar area. Sweeping plains, right? Small civilizations there. It has since been completely desolated. And he kind of waves his like armored hand, and you see 360 around you, the stars start to shift and move a little faster and faster until you start basically seeing a film reel video, right? Playing this historic interaction. You see this beautiful, like, and you can actually look on the map as well, like, so you know where Shar is, because it very much is there. It is literally in the dead center and southern area of Faerun, directly south of the Sea of the Fallen Stars, right? So it's huge too. What you see is this beautiful,
Oh,
like
Shar. Okay.
Shar, yeah. What you see is this beautiful, like,
Yeah. Okay.
prairie grassland area with like lots of people who have like made settlements and like lots of just wild animals and beautiful scenery, right? Just a lovely place to kind of build full of potential. And then it kind of fast forward and you see like small settlements quickly being erected, and then you see like people coming in, the population growing, different animal herds moving in and out, and then you see at one point there is a um, there is a sudden darkness that just snaps over the land. Um, the light is just blocked out, and from the very earth erupts this insane, basically shadow formed. It's almost like a mist that just permeates through everything, right? And beings just like wilting and destroying foliage is actually, as it hits livestock and people, you see their eyes take on like a weird silvery purple sheen. It starts to twist and possess them, right?
Don't like that at
and,
all.
and they become like just start acting weird and strange. They start moving around on their own, and like time time continues to pass. You see like cemeteries that are in there of things like erupting from the ground, also powered by this like strange necrotic energy that comes out of it. And you see all these little settlements and villages, and all these people who have lived there and died there are now just consumed by whatever this thing is. And in that moment, when it's just utter complete darkness has just enveloped this entire area, there is a single beam of light that just falls down from orbit and smashes literally into the center of this dark canyon, uh, and seems to cause a disruption in the strange necrotic power that has taken over this area. Um, and that light, even as the reel continues and time passes, fades and is slowly enveloped by this darkness, but never seems to fully extinguish. Um, and Dusty goes, one of the bad things about kind of being up here and watching stuff is, well, we get to see some pretty tragic things, right? And unfortunately, this thing, well, at the time, the whole region of Shar was just obliterated. It happened so fast that no one knew what to make of it, and no one recorded it. But, and it changes again, so you see the city of Neverwinter, an older city, like the skyline's smaller, right? The castle is still beautiful and towering, but the rest of the city it's almost in its infancy, right? It's a large city, not a sprawling metropolis at this point. And you recognize this must have been, well, about 1,000 years ago, right? Based on the look of it. And you see a smaller section in that eastern portion of Neverwinter erupt again, a canyon just like spilling out this strange dark shadow, taking over people, having them just possessed with that silvery purple light in their eyes and changing and shifting into weird creatures and monsters as this took effect. And you see people fight back, right? And you see what eventually became, and Dusty says, what eventually became known as the spell plague in Neverwinter. The thing was, Neverwinter, people survived to catalog it and talk about it. Shar didn't have a chance.
This was 1,000 years ago.
Just about. Shar was the experiment that Zengi used before he went after a more concentrated population. But, and it kind of rewinds and zooms in on that canyon with the pulsing light at the bottom. And you can see that there are things when the light initially hit with that, whatever that was, that meteor or star, right? The light managed to save a few people. They actually woke up from the spell plague, and it actually seemed to counteract the effects for a time, and they were able to make their way out and escape. but never truly hit the volume needed to save a population. When the shadows continue to consume and repress the light, or oppress the light.
So who cast that?
Hmm?
So who cast that?
Dusty goes, that's above our pay grade. He like looks at you and he's like, that's something on your boss's level, to be honest.
Okay.
I think and Sunshine kind of holds up a hand and goes, the powers that be that recognized what was happening in the mortal realms and wanted to try to change events where possible. However, only certain types of interaction and interference are allowed. This was an attempt, and unfortunately did not gain traction. However, this is still energy from a divine being. And that energy can be repurposed and reutilized.
Oh,
If someone, and his eyes linger on Itzel for a second, or many someones, were brave enough to return to Shar.
and this particular event in just question, SHAR or I'm sorry.
SHARR.
Two A's.
Okay.
Yeah.
AAR.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
Shar. Yeah.
The Shar Desolation on the map.
and Dusty says, yeah, a lot of names are kicked around for this thing. We call it the Divine Tier. Like,
Divine
Like
Tier.
dear.
like someone's crying. Yeah. We figured.
Could have been like cake. You never know.
Yeah.
Okay. There are
Actually, no.
layers of planes. It's like an onion or yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
No, now that you mention it, the actual planes are kind of layered. Like, and Dusty or Stardust holds up hands like, that's
Nope.
not what we're here to talk
Just
about.
stop.
Well,
I do like that the Shar has such cheerful places as Dead Vale and Worm Bones.
Mm-hmm.
This place is vacation resort of the year.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
right next to what was it? Plague rot land. Just a plague rot land. Yep.
Yeah. Turns out the spell plague, just fucked that area up real bad.
Yep. Ruins.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Be cool if you had a bunch of divine casters with radiant light and shit. That'd be awesome.
We should get some of those.
Or people that really thrived in shadow. Either way, it'd be great. So Dusty goes, so, tragic, but when you repurpose the power of a divine being, and he kind of looks at your sword for a second, Valen, and says, I can, well, be truly powerful, and that will help turn the tide.
So some people might want to go to the divine tier, is what you're saying.
Wait, is that a place or is that a thing?
It's a thing.
It's the holy light in the middle that's
Yeah.
keeping people alive. So
But do we also have to travel in time to do that?
Oh. Sunshine says, it's still there. It's still there, and it's still very powerful.
still fighting.
It is simply contained by spell plague.
Great. This sounds so much fun.
Yeah, because remember,
Road
like,
trip.
the original spell plague that hit Neverwinter, they were never able to cure it. They were able to simply beat it back and contain it. And unfortunately, that meant a lot of people died. But they also, like, were able to, the arcane tower with, like, your archmage friend Mortimer would have been, he probably wouldn't have been alive then, but we'll probably have access to records about it, right? So you can assume something was probably replicated on that scale to an extent in Shar, right? It's a much bigger place, though, so at least Neverwinter has resources right there. You're talking about trying to plug a hole the size of the Grand Canyon, basically, or bigger, which is in the middle of nowhere and does not have a lot of resources just readily positioned for use.
And you're saying that both of these events happened around the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it is a divine being, We can only assume that it is related to one of the gods of light. There is, of course, Illustre, whom I worship, and she's like, you know, whatever, you know, and she like kind of like
The good one. Yeah.
it's just fun. And she like kind of like has like, you know, the symbol around her neck, long sword, and there is a couple of others, Salune, the goddess of moonlight, perhaps one of them, but you said that someone or someones were brave enough to go back there. Are you saying our past lives, our past mantles?
Misspeak or misinterpretation. They're basically implying like, oh, if you guys are brave enough to go there, you
He's
can go.
telling us to go. Yeah.
But like when you're mentioning God's names, they actually just like both get really quiet.
Have I spoken out of turn?
It's not our place to speculate on that kind of thing. We can tell that it is divine in nature and will add power to the rest of you. We can tell that it was set into motion as a direct counter to Zengi and his atrocities.
Oh,
We are not here to interpret the actions and will of the gods.
and you do not serve them at all.
No, we're more like we are simply cogs in the machine.
I get it.
Oh, that kind of like whole it's all small stars amongst the constellation.
I'm well. Gods are an aspect of the greater whole. So why would you take a tiny bit of and then choose that? I don't get it.
Look, at the end of the day, someone has to keep the cosmos running, and it falls to people like us. That's why we have rules. You can't break the cosmos. You got to follow the rules. And he kind of rolls his like little stardust eyes for a second, but Sunshine like nods enthusiastically, like, of course.
So I don't know if this also falls under stuff that you aren't allowed to tell us. But so the last time you sent me back, I didn't end up where everybody else did at first. I ended up in a room with like it was like a laboratory, I think, and there was a person talking to me that they were saying they thought they had lost me.
Interesting.
Is that something you would know about and could explain what that was? Because now I also had a lot of visions, and I don't know if this is all related. And it's kind of it's unnerving, especially if you're about to send me back again, and it might happen again.
Yeah. Also, she's got a blip on her. Like, I don't know if you can do anything about that, but like,
Alrighty.
Furious typing.
I need to check the description on something. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, Sunshine it'd be Sunshine kind of like gets up and like kind of clanks over towards you, and says, "May I touch your forehead?"
you might get
Sure.
good luck.
He carefully places like these two gauntleted fingers on your forehead, and then kind of like withdraws, like a wisp of blue light, and places it in the center of the table, which is a scrying pool, right? And basically just rewatches what happened with you. So there's a moment where like you see your past selves as you're in here and you're like formed. You see everyone being like, these are the crazy clay bodies. Like, what in the hell is that? You see people jumping into the clay bodies, and then watches like the moment where you all are sent back. And there's a moment where, okay, fair enough. the scrying pole statics out. And Sunshine does not react. He just stares at this thing. I mean, he's already like an Alphonse Elric armor suit, but like just stares at it unblinkingly. Oh, hey. Oh, that's weird. Did your art somehow end up in front of your videos? Because Vicky went away and your art reappeared.
Woo.
She was holding it back.
I didn't change the position of the art, I don't believe.
Well,
That's weird.
I mean, didn't you have to re-add our videos when we're doing this? Oh, so it's just it was the wrong layer. Got it.
That's
Okay.
so weird. Because it literally looked fine until, oh well. These are lessons we learn. But it's an easy fix now.
Now that we know.
Yeah.
Yay! Pretty art.
Woo, there's an art. There's an art.
Slightly adjust that.
Ugh.
Apologize. It's I got distracted. Now we're doing this. There we go.
There's my art. Yeah. Art.
Yay!
Great success. Okay.
Oh,
Weird.
Vicky.
Anyway, yeah, so Static's out. He just stares. He sits there and stares at it as like
Is
seconds turn to minutes
Is
and
it
just
supposed
keeps
to do
staring.
that?
Doesn't answer. Just keeps staring. And eventually the feed starts again with you on Moonstone Island with the rest of the group. And he says, 5 minutes and 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Unaccounted for. Looks at Dusty, and Dusty goes, that's worth looking into, yeah. I'm sorry, you were where?
I think it was like a laboratory, and there was a person there, but then like before I could get any answers, I woke up and was in the clay body with everybody else.
Did they say anything? I am so sorry this happened to you. How traumatizing.
So they said, God, it's it was really fuzzy after I woke up, but something about like they thought they had lost me for a minute there, and they got me back or something. But it seemed like they knew me, but I didn't know them.
And were you yourself or someone else?
Think it was me.
Were
See
you
that Sunshine has just rewinded the tape, is watching the static again.
Were you Jin or were you Bella? Or perhaps another identity?
I think they called me Bella.
They called you Jen.
Oh, they called me Jen. Okay,
Mhm.
they called me Jen
Oh,
when it happened.
So next time this happens, you need to do an inventory. Find a mirror, ask names.
I was like in a tube or something. I couldn't go anywhere or do anything.
Take notes. Bring a notepad this time.
I'll try.
Sunshine speaks up and just says, wherever you were was a place specifically designed to cancel out any type of scrying or other divination. This is a deliberate effect. This is not an accident. Someone was trying to hide you or that place from everyone. Dusty goes, all right, we will look into that because that is a massive concern. However, until we have a chance to figure that one out, and he swirls his star hand, and like a small blue, like almost looks like a sapphire, but as you look closely, you realize like it's just a shrunken nebula. And he hands it to you, and he says,
Bella's getting all the cool gifts this time.
I know. All
It
you
says-
gotta do is have a bunch of weird, disconcerting,
Yeah.
out of
Like,
body
everything-
experiences, and you
yeah.
get showered in gifts.
Yeah. Look, it's
We're
all
worried
fine.
about you. Here's the thing.
So,
Yeah.
and he says, if you happen to go back to that place again, this will, of course, not remain in this form when you go back, but it will effectively be a location stone.
Oh, okay.
Drop it there. Now, places that are hard to scry or see with any type of divination power can be locked on with specific objects. Doesn't guarantee anything, but it makes it a lot easier.
Sure. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, if you do want to talk about Chantel, I think now that business is concluded, right? We can trade information. So what do you want to know?
What do you want? More like, what kinds of things does one trade with you?
What is Chantel's connection with Zangi is the big
Oh,
question.
good one. Okay, yeah.
Good questions.
I know a few drinking limericks, I can tell you.
Sunshine just doesn't say anything, and you see his like animated face just like go into a scowl. It's the beautiful Full Metal Alchemist armor, and then like just little chibi face. Staring at Dusty, and Dusty goes, "Cosmic exchange, right? So dreams, ambitions, motivations, knowledge that you've acquired that has particularly powerful use, right? This is."
But you get to keep it?
We are
Like,
trading.
we no longer.
Yeah, that was my question. Are we sharing the knowledge with you, or are we giving the knowledge to you?
We are sharing, but it does become a part of us. So,
But we don't lose it.
no.
Oh,
You
good.
gain something from us, and we gain something from you.
Okay.
And Sunshine says, This is incredibly irresponsible. We should not have mortal dreams and intentions affecting our business." And Dusty goes, "It's just a couple. We'll be fine. It's fine.
Would these
There are risks."
compromise you? Would these compromise you?
Dusty says no, and Sunshine says yes at the exact same time.
Sorry to interrupt.
So we can answer that question. That is not our purpose. Therefore, that is why the exchange has to occur. It keeps balance.
As the neutral good paladin, I'm like, yeah, fuck the system.
This guy gets it.
Does it have to come from me?
Comes from whoever is asking the question. Ask the question and then effectively say what it is you are willing to exchange for the answer.
And this is not like fairy tales where we give up our hearing or eyesight or the sense of touch forever. We keep what we share.
No, we share this. For good or bad, we share in this information.
Okay, so if I were to relate one of my fondest childhood memories, I would not lose it forever. We would both have it.
Correct.
Do you want memories or do you want useful knowledge?
Both are good.
Big life experiences kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
These are things that you have never experienced before.
Correct.
And that is why you are interested.
Okay. So you're more interested in the experience than the knowledge. Or, like, does that elicit a different reaction from Dusty versus Sunshine?
Roll insight.
No.
Hell yeah, grip it or rip it.
Hell yeah!
All right.
Gotta feel that silence.
I mean, I could offer like.
Did anybody roll insight?
Oh,
Oh
I got
no.
a 7. That's
7. Yeah.
Me
This is a crazy deal that's being made.
makes
Seems-
perfect sense. They're
Based
bored.
on-
They're trapped indoors. They want to hear some good stories.
Yeah, based on all the shenanigans around it, like, if nothing else, it does seem legit, if not incredibly complicated.
24.
Okay. What did Odette roll?
7.
7? Yeah, same thing as Valen, right? Itzel, you get the impression that these are cosmic beings, right? Their job is to literally run in different workings of the universe, right? And they are very powerful, and they serve a very a specific purpose, and that means that is all they have ever known, right? So, these incredibly powerful cosmic beings, with their constant task to run the clockwork cogs of the universe, stop and take breaks and watch the scrying pool in Faerun to see what's going on in the Forgotten Realms, right? So these are beings that are genuinely curious and interested and invested in humanity, or the more, I guess, mortality, you could say, right?
Yeah.
And it seems that they just want these experiences or this knowledge because it's new to them. Experiences are probably
Similarly, am I getting the impression that, say, Dusty wants more of a like soap opera, like emotional experience of life, and Sunshine is more of a like, oh, that's what those herbs do.
Sunshine would love to know the next digit of pi, and Dusty would be very happy to have you describe
How
a roller
is
coaster.
Sunshine's grasp of
have us describe a
combinatorics?
pie. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So they just sit there and they say, well, and if, just one thing I did not clarify. So behind you all is that same like golden door that you came through originally, right? It is still there. So at any point in time when you are done, you can simply exit, right? That is how you leave the area now. So you can just nope out.
I mean, I'll offer them something. I asked the question. Valen's origin story. Valen was a dwarven soldier who, in battle, saved his prince's life. Dwarven princes aren't like the royalty that you humans get. That, like, you will go to a battlefield and you say which one's the royalty. He's the one standing on the pile of corpses with a sword. Like, they lead the way. So I saved my prince's life, and I became one of his bodyguards and worked my way up to being the sergeant of his guard. And we were the vanguard that led him into combat every time. So I can share with him the glorious feeling of going into combat with my prince that I admired and trusted to save his life. That emotional moment.
I think Dusty.
That is as like as good as being alive gets in Valen's mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll persuade with advantage. Dusty kind of like just sits and like listens to this whole thing in fascination. You can see like different aspects of him like twinkle as you hit highlights of this story, with like excitement or some type of reactions.
That was garbage on the computer. I'm gonna use a point of our advantage. I think we have 5 left.
Okay, cool. Go for it. You have 6. I will say you're gonna get something regardless. The question is just a matter of what.
That's better. Okay, 17 and my persuasion.
Nah, do it.
6. That's a 23.
Cool. Dusty listens to this whole story and he says, thank you for sharing that. And you see like his the twilight around him is a little brighter now, as he seems like kind of like just enthused by like this whole thing. Like he's all amped up and ready to go. Even Sunshine looks a little less sour than usual. He says, And of course, we'll share our knowledge and experience with you. What was your question?
What is the connection between her and Zenki? Are they both following the same boss, or does she work for him?
Your friend Chantel, Odette, has fallen
He is
in.
no longer my friend.
She's like,
You-
whoa,
you-
whoa, let me just
you
stop you
watch-
right
Hold the fuck
there.
up!
Stuff,
Put a
sir.
pause on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
She has always been my rival.
friend Chantel. Sorry, that's me just trolling.
I was like, I will come over there.
You ever fight a Stardust entity before? Because you're about to. Let's go. It's about to get real human real quick.
Teach you life experience getting your ass kicked.
You've been punched in the face before? No. Oh, new experience. Cool.
Oh, different.
That's what it feels like. Cool.
Yeah, neat. I hate it. Dusty says, Chantal was consumed, unfortunately, by her envy, right? Envy for your talent, envy for, well, her desire to be grander than she truly is or ever will be.
Mhm.
The thing is, Valen, to your question, she's not related to Zenki in any substantial way. She could be a pawn manipulated by him. I'm sure that her being at the Dance Academy at the time of his takeover is not a coincidence.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But she owes him no allegiance. There are no pacts formed. There is nothing that says she serves him. She has sworn her allegiance to Mammon, Archdevil of the Nine Hells.
Ah.
Yeah, like, okay.
He looked deep into her soul and saw her lust for the other things that people possessed and her desire to, well, have them be hers, right? The envy that she felt. And he gave her gifts. And unfortunately, it resulted in the death of your actual friend, General Kozan. I'm
See,
as sorry as I can be. And you see he's like genuinely trying to like feel the human emotive apology of like, I'm sorry for your loss, but has no comprehension of what that means.
So
That's what
that's why
people
they
say.
didn't want to talk about this, is because Mammon is god tier, and they try to stay out of god business. Okay.
Check.
All right.
And Sunshine the whole time looks just so fucking uncomfortable. He's like, we are razor thin violating all these rules, and like, well, it's good to see you all. Do us that way. But-
He's voiced by Sam the Eagle from the Muppets.
I can see it. Yep.
Oh god, that's great. Yeah, 100%. But Dusty says, I do hope that's answered your question in earnest.
Yeah, I think so. Does anybody else have any questions?
I feel like we need to have some understanding of what it is we're gonna find with this divine tier. Like, are we looking for an object or like? I mean, you said it was an object, but like,
Sunshine,
especially if
picks
it's still like extant in like the Shard Desolation, like, are there like it's still protecting stuff? So, how do we
Sunshine speaks up and says,
possess it?
it would look to you like a fallen star or meteor. However, it is an object full of divine potential, and therefore could possibly reshape itself based on, well, who possesses it and their intentions.
Okay.
at this current moment, it simply looks like a fallen meteor or star.
Is it being possessed currently?
No.
Like, do I need to take it from somebody, or is it just there?
No. Dusty speaks up and says, "Yeah, the whole region is so like blighted and desolated that that's more or less the thing defending it right now. No
Yeah.
sane entity or person should go there, but that's why you all have powers.
We are no normal people.
It's quite a deterrent. The entire blighted land that messes with your both physical and like astral being. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it is unguarded. That is true."
Well, okay. So I guess I wasn't necessarily asking if it was guarded, but like if there's somebody who is currently using it to protect, like do I have to?
Nope.
Okay. Because that would have been potentially terrible. I mean, I have a couple of other questions. But does anybody else have? They didn't make me trade anything for that one, so go crazy.
No, that was on topic. Hey, roll Arcana, please.
Okay. It 22.
Okay.
Or no,
You
I'm sorry.
feel-
Just 20.
just 20. What a flex. You feel like the connections start to waver a little bit, and then you restabilize it. It's not
Okay.
It's just a. This takes a lot of effort from you to meditate to be in this.
Yeah,
of
not like that.
environment.
There's a disturbance in the
No.
room.
No, just this is
Okay.
a lot of power you're expending.
Okay.
But you're fine. You hold the connection.
Okay. All right. I don't think we have infinite time to ask questions, so we need to get the important ones down. So who else had a question?
They have the big map there, right? We can. You told us where all the teleport spots are. The teleporting circles are. Can we figure out what the closest one to this place is?
Yeah, closest one to you from the map would probably be Waterdeep. Let me take a look. See.
No, I meant
To where we are right now, or to where we want to go?
to Shar.
Probably
The closest one to Shar?
Calimport.
Yeah.
Calimport.
Yeah, definitely Calimport.
To be basically, if you look at the map, you can take Calimport, either go
Straight
across
west.
land or take
Or
a
straight
boat.
east, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you would get to Shar pretty quick.
Where?
Calimport is just north of
Calimport is like the
Shining Sea.
very it's like all the way down. Like you get to the very very bottom of the Sword Coast, and then you have the desert there, and Calimport is in the Kalimshan.
Okay, and I'm sorry.
There it is.
It's a sea.
Yes, I see the Kalam Desert, and
Yeah,
where is it
it's,
from there?
It's on the bottom
oh,
left corner.
now I see.
Yeah,
Right
so
above
you
the
could
ship.
get there and you could get a boat easily, or you could go across land. Both have their problems. Boat would be faster, but if you hit bad weather, more dangerous. Land would be slower. You'd have more control of the thing, but over your environment. But you run into whatever happens to be out there on land, which could be nothing, could be raiders, could be terrible mutated ghost ghoul nonsense, whatever.
Yeah.
Ew.
Time is not, we're not in an emergency setting yet, but I'm assuming time is of the essence for this quest.
Yes.
It's valuable.
Yeah, they gave us an idea of how long we have, and it's not nothing, but it's not. I wrote it down, but I don't know where it is right now.
Yeah, it'll take him. They said it would take Zengi a few weeks to get everything he needed together.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem like a lot of time, but you have the ability to like move around pretty quick, and like your high level characters with like divine investments. So you have a lot going on for you in terms of what you can do in a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Odette does. So I sent you a Discord message, Andy.
Let me take a look.
But Odette does have a question. She says, "This may be something that I simply ask Lady Allura, but is there a way to get rid of
whatever is on my book. And she like shows the book because of course it came with her last time. And it is unfortunate that was once owned by Zangi. Lady Alora, in her infinite wisdom, as one of the many, I guess, few undying ancestors that we have, was able to wrest it from him. But every time I open it, it seems like I am I am attacked, or it sends off a blip. Is that how you described it? It's as a detection. It,
The dispel or detect?
oh no,
Like a tracking signal.
there we go. Yes.
Sunshine reaches out a kind of that large gauntleted hand again and says, "May I?"
Yes. And would this cost a thing, or is this part of the deal?
This is on our task.
Very
Grabs the
well.
book and simply holds it in front of him. You see like the clockwork runes on his armor start to move around. And then he proceeds to explode. Like his armor just explodes into like 5 different pieces. Like the arm goes here, the breastplate goes over there, the head flies off. As there's like a blast of like dark energy, and the book just thuds onto the ground, kind of sizzling.
Cool.
And Dusty goes, "Oh, that's new."
Is he dead?
Oh no. That he's a lot tougher than that. Sunshine, are you good? I'm very uncomfortable, but otherwise fine.
What happened?
Itzel, is that what happened to you when you did it too?
I don't think I
different effect.
came apart. Also,
You
different
recognize-
object.
You recognize that as like very powerful necrotic energy. What you felt was force damage, so something different.
So no, not exactly.
And you see Dusty kind of run over and like grab the helmet and like start helping sweep Sunshine back together, and he starts to like rebuild himself with Dusty's help. And he like stands up and is still kind of smoking a little bit, and says, "That book is in a fight for its very soul and possession."
Oh. It
has
has
had-
a. Does it have a nature and a soul?
It has. Its nature is to serve, and it has 3 masters. It is conflicted.
I see.
Odette, Alora, and Zangi.
Yep.
That makes sense. Thank
It
you.
also does not want any more interference. Like, just moves his gauntleted hand and smoked a little bit. He's like,
I mean, I've had to dispel it like 4 times by now, so yeah.
Thank you for. That was very noble of you.
"It is literally my purpose."
Well, I appreciate it.
Itzel, you start to feel that flicker again of energy as, like, this time the connection is starting to waver. You feel you got like a couple more minutes.
So we've kind of talked about Bella with this, but the flicker that I'm seeing, do we need to be? There's enchantment magic.
I'll do a thing. So I'm going to roll this in the chat. This is actually relevant to a thing. This will be the last question you can probably ask. Dusty kind of floats over.
Everybody said they didn't have questions, so I'm asking. Okay.
Dusty floats over to Bella and just looks at her and just says,
I didn't explode earlier, but I did fly into a bookcase because of trying to dispel that.
Well, but we already established it's probably just my thing with Gray, and I don't.
But is
wanna
that
lose
an enchantment
so-
magic? Like you're pact with your patron.
Who's Gray?
My patron, my sponsor. I because warlock powers, he was in the socket that I found, and so I have this connection with him. But that's like where a lot of my power comes from. So I'm really not looking to like get rid of that.
Dusty and Sunshine both look at each other and look back, and they go, "That can't be right. That can't be right at all." Okay, I rolled a 17 for them. That was a +6. Very cool.
It's actually a Tyler Durden scenario. You're your own patron.
Dusty says, "May I?" Kind of reaches towards you.
You're just checking. You're not
It
gonna like,
hurts.
take him out like you did with the memory thing.
I need to. I'm just checking, but I need to understand something. This is very important.
Okay.
And for like the 5th time, someone puts someone hand on their forehead, like just splats on your face.
The all forehead episode.
Yeah, just like, just. It feels like a cool, refreshing like breeze almost. Is this like the weird stardust hand kind of like touches your forehead, and he whips around and looks at Sunshine and goes, "Dominic Gray is still alive." And Sunshine just stands up and like for the first time looks just panicked. And then the connection severs.
What connection?
Like your meditative connection to be in this zone. Like Itzel is no longer able to make.
We're no longer where
Our
like
call-
Sunny and
Our call
Yeah.
was disconnected.
Yeah.
yes.
But all of you just wake back up in your little mango grove. You know, you see that like Bonbon has now just jumped into the
Mangrove.
water.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What did I say?
You said Mango Grove, which is not wrong. It's also a restaurant, but the what's it called?
It's a
There are
mangrove.
mangoes. It's mangroves, the
Oh.
trees that grow into the salt water. Yeah.
I see. Yes, I said
Yes.
that.
Yes, I was
My bad.
eating a mango earlier. Yes,
From the tree you got. Yeah, no, I know
from
it.
from a monkey
grow
that
in
gave
the
me a
mangrove.
mangrove. Yeah,
Yes.
a monkey in the mangrove that gave me a mango. Yes.
No, sit still.
But yeah, you come back like Bonbon has like jumped into the water now and is like all just the fur's all matted down as she's like just fiercely paddling with these elephant hooves that are just not designed for water, and kind of like goes under a little bit and then the trunk just comes up above the water line and is like,
It was like elephants are great swimmers, but they do snorkel. Yeah.
you know, Burbles like kind of splash along in there, and you see like Gruff has eaten like 3/4 of your hammock, just like casually just nomming on it, as you all like wake up, and Gruff like stops, looks at all of you, just continues eating. But yeah, you feel like you've expended a ton of energy, right? Spell slot wise doesn't cost you anything, but just emotionally, that was a very tough thing to maintain, to have 4 people basically astral project to talk to cosmic entities, right?
Yeah.
So
It's us gonna kind of like lean back into the water, so now we're floating.
yeah, and you hear, as soon as you all come back, Bella, you hear Gray go, "So, how'd it go?"
Are you gonna call him Dominic?
No.
Save that one for later.
I don't know if we want to reveal this yet. Yeah. But you didn't end up in a tube.
I didn't end up.
You
Well,
did not
you
end
know,
up in a
I came
tube.
straight back this time, so that's an improvement. You
Randy
know-
forgot to tell us. Yeah.
Yeah, Andy. Oh, just a minute. I forget. Bella doesn't go back. No.
Nope, everything works as intended. You're within parameters. It's fine.
I'm like, oh, damn it, that means we can't drop the tracking thingy.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. Do I have the little tracky thingy in
You
my
do.
hand?
You have a blue swirling like pebble,
Almost like a
basically.
marble.
Yeah, it's very pretty. Kind of like catches light, and yeah. But Gray does ask, like, how did it go?
We got some information, and I think we have a lead of where to go next.
Excellent. Excellent. Been gone
Yep.
for a while. It's like 20 minutes.
It was a lot of information. We talked about Chantel for a while.
She's the worst.
Yeah. Even they think so. So
I mean, look. I can respect that. That's that's great.
But
That's great.
Yep. That's it. There was a lot of exposition backstory so that chat. They're so chatty. Just took forever. That was it. That was everything.
Cool. Roll deception, please.
But I'm so smooth. How could he see through me?
DC 19.
What was that?
DC 19.
Well, I rolled a 16, but my deception is +7, so that's going to be a 23.
Yeah. There's a moment where like you just say that, like, oh, that's so chatty, yeah, and the conversation just like hits an awkward lull, and he goes, "Well, glad it went well."
Yeah. What happens to you when I'm there? By the way,
I'll be honest. I could very well go with you. I feel that my presence around these divine beings could cause problems. If Sunshine is truly, as you described him, as a inevitable charged with enforcing the laws of Mechanus, well, he may not take well to our goal of extending our life beyond natural means. Right? He is, after all, on a crusade to kill Zengi for such a thing. It feels better if I just stay behind and leave that be.
Okay, fair enough.
It would, honestly, I know we haven't had this stated explicitly, but I think it would be in everyone's best interest if I was not mentioned to them at all.
Right. Sure. No problem.
And you can roll inside if you like, but he goes, this is more for your safety than mine, honestly.
I absolutely will be trying to roll insight. That's going to be an 18.
Everything he said seems very genuine. Like, the logic makes sense, and when he hits this is more for your safety than mine, like, it seems sincere. And like, factually, that's correct. Like, inevitables do hunt down and kill people who try to extend their life beyond natural means. Usually it's people who do it on a bigger scale, like Zengi. But, if that's a pursuit of yours, it's probably not the best. It's not that best to be around the magical cop that, goes after people for doing that. I'm not Al Capone, but I do sell drugs, and I don't want to be around somebody who could arrest me for it. Yeah. So, that's
right. Definitely don't want anyone to take these out of context. On stream today, yes. DM, I'm not Al Capone, but I sell drugs.
Moving rock. Star rocks. And so you have that cool item in your hand. Anyway, so yeah, okay, that conversation, he's like, oh, cool. And just kind of wraps that up with you. After expressing that, sincere concern. What do the rest of you all do as you kind of like jump back into your bodies? It's like a weird, like, just woke up from like just the most baller nap in existence, where you're like, what year is it? And you're like, you blink and remember like where you are, who you are, that kind of thing. And you're like, oh, okay.
Quick stretch. Any more of those mangoes?
I like several like spider monkeys up and like swinging around in the treetops bits will start like chittering, and a couple of them will come like down either at you or like land in the water next to where you're chilling out. Yeah, so varying stages of ripeness, but yeah.
Good monkey.
I imagine Odette probably took off her point shoes to like avoid getting them wet.
Yeah.
And then just like easily just like little floating kind of crouching tiger, hidden dragon like leap up into a tree branch when this all started. When they're ripped out, like when we're all ripped out of the transmission ends, she like nearly falls off and catches herself, and just kind of dangles there for a second, and then like Featherfall floats back into the water, and she's like, I'd like getting more information about what we should be doing as mentors, as that is the responsible thing to do as a citizen of the universe. But I hate going there also.
They are creepy.
They're terrible. Well, they just don't know how to like points
People.
at all of us being mortal. So, Bella, how are you?
Good, 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 fine. This is great. This is all great. No worries at all.
You sound insincere. So, and she
It's
goes
like,
up
did he
and
say
just,
that?
I must
He didn't say
sarcasm
that.
here.
she just like holds your hand if you let her, and she's like, "Do you need a hug?"
Sure.
Again, you sound uncertain. but if you wish, it is. I don't want you to come to harm. That was trying. Because we spoke about Chantel the entire time. She like like just kind of like
Yep.
nods.
Just Chantel
It's
and our mission. Nothing else. No
Yep.
other topic deviations.
no.
Bon kind of pops out of the water, shakes the fur off, so like the water kind of splatters everywhere, and then proceeds to like hop crawl into Bella's lap,
No.
and just go. I also excel in keeping people calm. Are you stressed right now? I feel like you're stressed.
Bonbon's a service
The
dog.
service animal. Yep. This is my service elephant.
Service celestial elephant.
Do you feel stressed right now? Because I can help with that.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
What can you do to help with stress?
Oh,
Do I get to hug you?
if that's what you want to do, absolutely.
Curls up in your lap and purrs. Yeah.
You hug Bon, and it trumpet kind of goes up into the air, and you just like see this magical celestial noise, and like this like shower of like golden sparks kind of falls over you, as calm emotions is cast on you, and you're able to just like relax.
We will die for Bonbon.
Lydia Laura told me to make your stay as pleasant as possible, and I'm helping in every way I can. Also, if you're having more bad dreams, I can take care of those. If you have other dreams you don't want to remember, I can take care of those as well.
Oh, that one sounds more sinister, but okay.
I know. It's like, what do you mean take care of? What does this entail?
Oh, well, I'll eat them.
The trunk goes in your ear, and
Oh, maybe you're
Oh
not.
shit!
what
I
thought
know
you
what
were,
this
Bonbon.
is. I know
Yeah,
exactly what this is.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm Joe Gates knows what it is. Odette is just
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, I don't know if it still knows what
watching.
this is.
Lady
I
Laura
thought
was
I
very
knew.
specific
Now
that
I
if
don't
you were
know
being
if I know.
disrupted by bad dreams, that I was allowed to eat them.
I
But
feel
to
like
confirm that with you first.
he's enthusiastic.
I feel like every time, it's just, I guess, just Vicky and me and Andy. Andy, every time you run a game for us, there's a special kind of elephant that has a relationship to the
yeah.
dream realm.
You think about that.
You remember, Vicky?
Yeah. The
Yep,
Oh,
I
no.
do.
Elephants.
The dream Oliphants. Yes,
yeah.
not Oliphants. I don't remember what they were called, but yes, I do remember them.
I don't recall.
Wendy
but they were
really
very
wanted to be
cute.
friends with one. Yes,
Yeah.
I was really mad that they had killed them and put him up as trophies. Yes,
Yeah.
In South
The British suck. That
I was gonna say that like commanding officer was goddamn the guy that I wanted to punch like the most.
I love
Oh.
Call of Cthulhu. good stuff. But
Yeah.
there's a knock at the door as the rest of you kind of getting settled, and
Yeah, Lady Allura wanted to talk to us. This might be the point where she gets impatient.
Yeah. And do you... Entrez-vous?
door opens. You see another knight. It's not Sir Osborne, right? You recognize him specifically because of just the awesome, kind of weird camouflage foliage pattern he had in his armor. That was also just like living growth. This is just another knight who kind of steps in, bows, and says, um, "Lady Allura is ready for you and has requested your presence."
Thank you so much.
Bows and walks out. Clank, 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 clank.
I appreciate that the closed captioning refers to her as Lydia Laura.
Lydia Laura.
Lydia Laura, Lydia Laura. Or
Lady
Lydia
Laura.
Laura.
L3. Let's go. So yeah. So you have a few minutes to kind of like still. You have a few minutes to kind of wrap and then move towards her. I mean, obviously, Odette, like she's not a jerk, right?
Right.
She's just simply saying like, "Oh yes, you wanted to talk to me. I've clearly sent a runner to say like, I'm available.
Yeah.
Talk to me."
Mhm.
Now, if you spend half the day effing off, she'll probably get annoyed. But show up the next
Yeah.
hour, you're probably fine.
She is effectively immortal, but not eternally patient.
She still has a schedule.
Yeah, she has undying ancestor business to do
Mm-hmm.
by embodying the skills that she was kind of preserved for, so she can share them and stuff, and
And
also
stuff.
secrets. I bet.
Lots of secrets. So, cool.
Shall we? Shall we?
Yes, let's go.
Heck yeah.
So we're going to find a way to travel to the. Okay, all right.
To be clear,
Itzel
you
has
can just
been like floating in the water up until this point, like just like flat on her back. Like we're just kind of gonna like lift a hand up to give like a thumbs up, and like as that's happening, it like throws off my balance a little bit, and I like sink back into the water.
Yeah, we're gonna go let her know what the plan is and ask for a teleport to Caliport.
Yeah.
Yes, I will likely ask her a little bit more about the book and some way to circumvent. I don't want to be killed in an illusory dream ever again, because that might happen the next time I open the book to study it. So,
I can
but
see that
that's
being
the only
unlikely.
thing on my list.
if you wanted to test that theory, you could open the book right now and see what happens.
It is absolutely a thing that I might just do in front of one of its former owners
Yeah. Look,
instead
honestly,
of right now.
if you take control of when you die in this terrible dream, that's like some sort of self-actualization stuff, right? Is that what that is?
God.
You don't kill me, I kill me. That's
Definitely did
fine.
not mean that.
You're currently having a bit of a custody battle with this book and Lady Allura. You need to put it halfway between the two of you and let it choose.
Come on,
So we'll
How
just
about-
cut the book in half, and we'll give
Exactly.
half to each
And whichever
of you.
one of them cannot stand to cut it in half is the person who's supposed to have the book.
See, you laugh, and I go, "This sounds cool." And I roll some dice, and the book just sprouts legs and starts crawling across the floor towards one of you. And you're like, "I don't want it!" It's like crawling up your leg, and you're like, "Get the fuck off!"
My leg books, they're the worst.
Leg books are the worst.
I'm picturing Terry Pratchett, the luggage, just like the hundreds
Yes,
of tiny,
yep.
tiny legs.
Very cool.
Nightmares.
Yes, you.
Where's that elephant for all these nightmares you've given us?
I'm here. I can't do anything about the GM. He's a mess.
Oh, okay.
So,
I have to blow my nose. I'll be right back.
cool. Yeah, you all basically head out down the illuminated pathway, right? Those little floating lights kind of guide you back towards the guest hall, the keep, right? this strange terrain kind of like renders around you. You see more things kind of moving in the shadows, but seems like it's not a huge problem. It's a weird place. And you reach the guest hall. Right, big doors swing open. I see on the ground still is that teleportation circle is still set, right? And again, of course, there's that small area for receiving guests has been once again set up with like some tea and some food. And Lady Alora is sitting there at the head of the table. Um, her interesting like ceramic blue and white skin with her wonderfully ornate headdress and her strangely like tight skeletal facial features. And she like stands as you come walking in and gestures for you all to sit.
Thank you, Lady Alora.
As you all get comfortable, she gives you a nod, Odette. She looks over at Bella and says, "And how are you finding your new accommodations?"
Oh, um, Bonbon is great. Thanks so much for you know, offering up their assistance while I'm here.
You are our guest, and you will be treated with the best we can offer for your safety and protection. I'm glad that you feel safe in my realm. Odette, what? We have a lot to catch up on. I'll let you start, I think.
Thank you. She relates everything that they've been through, and talks a little bit derisively about Chantel. I'm sure everybody has something to say.
Oh, she is the
she's
worst.
the
worst.
Worst.
Oh.
And a little bit about
But also, like, made some powerful friend. That like girl did not go less than 150% on that one. Yeah.
no.
Hey, if you're gonna kill your mentor, or you're gonna kill your friend's mentor and go nuts, like that's the best way to do it.
If you're gonna sell your soul, the head of hell is really who you want
It's
to
really
pick.
the like like we don't. She went to the manager.
Now you find a lord. You don't just find some.
She's a Karen.
Yeah.
She went into hell and said, "I want to speak to your manager."
I need the supervisor.
Well,
I didn't realize Chantel could be worse, but that's even worse.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll give you powers. Just leave, God.
You want to
so-
do what with this? Like dance in front of your own? Okay. Yeah.
I want everybody's dance moves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
want to be the best at DDR.
I'll speak to your manager and take his memories apparently. Why, Chantel? Why?
She's the worst.
Great,
Okay.
I'll make it myself now.
Lady Laura listens to all of this.
Mhm.
As you kind of talk about the book and the things that Sunshine described about it being conflicted. She, when you're usually talking to her, she maintains very polite but very intense eye contact. As you all sit here for a while, you notice that she does not blink. Right? Now you're not sure if she has to. Like you don't.
Well, yeah.
You don't know. But it is a little unnerving, even if she's not trying to be creepy. It just is.
Yeah.
Um,
That's not a usual human thing.
and
That's not a human thing.
she looks at the book and says, "I think it is time I tell you why that book is in my possession and why I brought it to you."
I'm ready and appreciate your candor and your honesty.
feel like Itzel is still like recovering from taking you guys all the astral plane. So like in this like guest area, you said it was like laid out for like tea kind of a deal.
It was like tea and snacks laid out, and this is
Yeah,
like actual.
like, I feel like I've like
like-
sat myself down with like a cup of like hot chocolate or something, and then
Yeah.
like a whole bunch of like. And when she's like, "It's time to tell you," it's like we're gonna be like, "All right, we're gonna pour more of that in this cup." And yes, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Couple cheeses, some fruit, like little finger sandwiches,
Yeah,
like
like
it's very
little
elegant.
comfort food, like hot chocolate because that's what like we would have drank at home. Like yeah, yep. Yeah,
She
gotta
says-
settle down for the.
Zengi, when he first started his research, I believed in his cause. I did. Because initially, he was a mortal who dared to ask why people have to die. He believed it was unfair that the cosmos, the celestials, the fiends, the fae, anything beyond the mortal realms effectively had either extended or eternal life, but mortality did not. And in his research, he found the cycle that exists of the incarnum, right? Human or mortal life force and souls, if you will. It's a very powerful force in magic and continuously moves through and powers the cosmos and all celestial beings, entities, and all other things of this world and the other planes. And he wanted to simply alter that so that we weren't, in his mind, a power source for bigger things. It made sense. We put a team together, started working to test multiple theories. It's myself, Zengi, his partner, Dominic Gray, a very skilled and powerful artificer named Sarah Lawson, and a few others who cycled in and out.
I'm sorry, Sarah Lawson?
Yes,
Is she from Waterdeep?
years ago she would have been. She's since passed centuries ago. Brilliant woman. Are you familiar with her work?
Found the corpse of a Benjamin Lawson. Thought it was extremely coincidental. In the dungeon where Zengi's artifact was being held. Okay.
Must be a son or some greater family lineage at some
It
point.
looked very old.
She did have a family. She did not talk about it openly. A lot of us were not the most open with one another. Not something I regret now. But it's possible that could have been her son, brother, somebody that she knew very well. It's not a very common name in that area. But Zengi realized in order to break the cycle, he had built schematics for an insane machine that could effectively weaponize Incarnum. It's not what he told us it would do. It is what it did once everything was said and done. He made some last minute changes to it. In the process, we all fled. Tried to stop him. He, well, killed his partner.
Who? Oh, Dominic?
Mr. Gray, yeah. He was the first one to turn on Zengi when he realized what was happening. Zengi disintegrated him in front of us. It was horrifying.
That sounds unpleasant.
Well, he tried to. He was very badly hurt, but we tried to flee, and he didn't make it very far. I stole all of Zengi's research that I could and pointed towards that book. That book is not bound by physical space for writings and information captured. Sarah Lawson, as far as I know, sabotaged the machine to the extent that she could and fled. It hindered him for a good time, but did not stop him.
So how did he end up in the gem?
He repurposed the machine initially to allow himself to be the first one to break the cosmic rules at the low cost of approximately 10,000 souls.
Okay. Did he take out a loan?
She gives you a patient smile and says,
Did he round up 10,000 peasants? Is he on an installment plan?
Well, and
He's
if it
simply
took 10,000 to preserve him from that, how many does he need for the next step of ascension? Or
by his calculations, and she doesn't answer, but you get the idea that he just straight up wholesale slaughtered a village and just killed them all and took their stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Did some
10,000 's not a
crazy
village, that's
capital
a
M
town.
magic and just fucked up a whole small hamlet. But she doesn't say. You just see
Hamlet, 10,000 people. That's
10,000 people. That's a small town.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
not a small
Hamlet.
town.
Okay, yeah, words mean things, but a 10,000 people worth of hamlets. When you build a bunch of hamlets next to each other, and then you have 10,000 people in a small area, and it's just a mega hamlet.
Hey,
Yeah, like a town.
go to all the different, go to the different mayors of all the hamlets. Hey, what if we built our hamlets in a couple of just close knit couple of concentric circles?
To be fair, this is
I like
kind of
it.
the city of Phoenix. I feel like actually, yeah.
So was this the Shar desolation? Was that him sacrificing 10,000 souls?
I mean that entirely. That is the
Yeah,
connection.
that was the
Right.
initial thing.
Because remember, they said there weren't a lot of people there, but there were settlements that were spread out over a large prairie area that was just ripped apart and desolated.
A prairie, if you will.
Yeah.
Area.
Prairie.
Yeah.
If you say that's in character, Lady Allura just gives you a very sad look and just nods.
Fantastic.
She says,
when you say that he was planning already to weaponize the Incarnum, did this machine already require death and souls in order to function? Or
No.
was that already a part of the creating the machine, or was that only once he I missed
You're all
it.
fired.
What am I?
The little house on the prairie.
Joe was saying very clever
I'm
things.
what did I say?
She shakes her head no and says
No, originally he could have powered it with broccoli. He chose the 10,000 souls. He was just an asshole.
the original plan was simply to alter simply to nudge cosmic structure to test it. He added a few things last minute. He'd been working on it in secret. Um, he may have not have been the one that designed the machine, but I need you to understand just how insanely focused and patient he is. He made the addition. He sacrificed, well, a mega Hamlet worth of people, and it it was terrible. But he did the calculations and realized that the rest of all of the Forgotten Realms, all of Faerun, he realized that by sacrificing about 25% of the full population of the continent, he could break the entire cosmic structure
For one person.
for everyone else.
Oh.
Oh.
He was the trial run.
That's when Gray turned on him. When he suggested literally destroying 25% of all life on this continent, Gray fought him.
That is a line.
And the rest of us did what we could to stop him and fled before he went insane with power.
So, not that this is a good thing, but the 25% of the population would have stopped the cycle of life and death for everyone. Would have made everyone still extant immortal?
Theoretically, yes. We don't know the long-term effects.
True. Sorry, I guess I was a little bit surprised that so many of you turned on him, given the goal of the research.
Not at that cost.
Understandably, I just, yeah.
There are people who find their pathways to immortality through a variety of means. This is another attempt at finding something new that could make alterations to our world, but not at that cost.
Lady Alora, were you had they already our people had they already exalted you to the status of undying ancestor before you were helping him? I know you have been like this for millennia, as far as my family understands.
Roll persuade at advantage.
How many souls did you sacrifice?
Yeah, right?
And if it's not
Better know
actually
that.
millennia, this was a millennium ago. So,
True.
Yeah, were you still human when you were working with him? Yeah.
well, or yeah, mortal
and,
anyway.
and
Yeah,
that's
she's an elf,
that's
right?
the interesting thing, because at least for this, like, elves hold, like, if somebody's the best at one particular thing, they're like, nobody can ever forget this. We need this person as like a pillar
A
of our
paragon.
community.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting. All in all, 24 for persuade.
She sits for a very long time, and it is very uncomfortable before she speaks up again. Because you realize like the depth of that question.
Yes, and she also understands how dangerous it is to kind of like say that essentially in her home in court, but she does it anyway and like just holds her ground and just kind of like faces her unblinking.
Have you ever wondered why the Undying Realms are so close to the Shadowfell? We chose this location. The portals and accesses to different planes, they're static. We chose to be here. We chose to build and make this our home. When souls pass on, traces of energy linger and are dispersed. This was found through, she nods towards that book again, Zengi's research. Effectively lost to the ether, the cosmos, what have you. They don't follow a person on towards the afterlife. It seemed unwise to allow Zengi to possess a weapon that no one else could challenge. We did not replicate his research. We did, however, find a way to store the slivers of Incarnum left behind. Which grant immense power when used in certain ways.
Is this what we are practicing when we do these? When I study this book? I mean, a good deal of it has to do with dance. I imagine.
No,
Did you
that's
add that part?
no. The dances are something I added. The dances are a thing of beauty and life and, well, raw
The
attachment to love in the world around you. This,
the
well,
incarnum or the artifacts we're looking for the mantle.
Oh, I see.
you know one this other one place in the Shadowfell that you have seen before but have not been to since you got here, just because it hasn't played out that way. Um, you know, there's a thing called the Well of Life, right? That exists in this place. It is a basically starlit pool of magical energy that has insanely unique properties. It's good for curing different ailments, and it can help obviously um, people recover, or a little bit can help you extend your life. But it could probably be used for more intense things as well, right? But you've seen it before when you came here because you rolled that nat 20. That's something else that's worth mentioning, right? And start to put a couple things together. Of she has this giant well of incarnum soul energy, which is insanely powerful if you have something to channel it through. Um, she says, "We knew he wasn't gone when he was finally defeated. We knew that he would. Well, he had succeeded in his goals. He made himself effectively undying or immortal. We knew he'd be back. So we waited and we prepared.
You and the others?
Now, I've since lost touch with the others. It's strange. Like I said, Boston fled, probably back to her family. Gray died. There was some woman with him at the time. I'd only seen her once before. I don't recall who she was, but she tried to get him out. Look, that book We'll give you the answers to everything you want. You may not like them. You cannot get the answers from this side. When she says that, the book like glows a little bit.
We need to make a trip to the Shadowfell. We were talking about that earlier anyway.
No, the book is its own realm.
Oh. Ah!
It's impossibly vast. It can store libraries worth of knowledge and information. But only will present it to the person that truly owns the book. That could be you.
And how do you prove? Do you make the book know that?
That is a heavy burden.
Challenge it. She looks at the book. You see the book starting to like glow a little bit, and like she just says, "The book is its own entity and realm. You challenge it for dominance."
You go into the book with a rolled up newspaper.
That is a heavy weight to put on your successor.
It was information you needed to know. I'm sorry.
But why me? Why not my mother or father?
Because when you look into that book and all you see is the dance and the beauty and wonder and love in this world, you're the right person to hold that kind of power.
She can lets out like a little bit of like a loving like sob, like it touched her, but like mouths thank you.
I only want to make my ancestors proud. Is there a way to open this book without attracting the attention of Zengi? He has intercepted me once before. I know he will do it again.
He may be interested in what you have to say. He can't see you here. But move on behind him, dive deeper into it, and points at the rest of you and says, "You don't have to go alone. You do have to be in charge."
I was a director of my own theater after all.
Perfect.
Hey, we
Don't
follow
have
you
to
in.
go alone. Do we get to take Bonbon?
You can take Bonbon anywhere. So again, standard animal companion rules. I will always put them in a safe place. If you choose to take them out of that safe place, they are fair game. But yeah, you can take them anywhere you would like to go. I default them to safety. They are also very powerful and can do crazy shit. Your call. So she kind of like lets silence fall over the conversation for a bit. And you kind of have this moment where you see Lady Allura for like this duality of who she truly is, right? On the one hand is this like very powerful being who runs this entire realm and has an insane amount of influence and knowledge just about the world and like how the structure of the universe works and like all these intense magics. And on the other hand, you see a person who has made a just terrible number of compromises with herself and her own values over and over and over to set somebody else up for success. Which is, well, you. Or all of you, right? She says, if you want to know how to challenge the book, I can show you. You can do it now. You can do it when you are prepared.
Would we have to do that here, in this realm?
It would be safest here.
She looks at the team. She says, "There is obviously um, the tier of starlights that we must get. We know that we can get to it. It will take time. This is here and now.
I think this is important to do before we leave.
Yeah, agreed.
Mhm.
Bella,
Okay.
if I simply want to compromise amongst everyone, and
Has Gray said anything when she was reciting her whole story at all?
Do you ask her any questions? You can telepathically talk to him.
He's not in the background going, all right, she's got it all wrong. I see what happened was.
Oh, I've got some stuff. I just didn't want to interrupt that spiel because that was a lot of information I wanted to get out before I lost it in like the thread.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to break up that. But
Sorry.
what does? Oh no, that's a great question though. Because that's all done now. What does Bella? Do you ask any questions?
I mean, I guess I just sort of like. I don't really want to have a conversation with him in front of Lady Alora.
Do you have
She's
to
very
talk
deep
out
into
loud
the
to talk
story.
to
You
him?
can like kind of whisper under your breath and like not worry about being.
How do you psychically give him a meaningful look?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh, I think you do this, right?
So, give a meaningful look to the inside of your skull. Yeah.
Your eyes like step back. Lady Alora's just staring at you unblinkingly, like, "Hello, welcome back." No, there's a point where like this is mentioned that Gray was, and he says, she's got most of it right. I told you before, Zengi and I were research partners. There were other people involved. She was there. I remember Lawson. She was kind of crazy, kind of brilliant. Yeah. Obviously, got the part about me dying wrong, but whomst among us? But
okay.
I sense you're a little off right now, but it's true. He proposed killing a fourth of the population, and I said no. And he tried to disintegrate me on the spot. Was not a person who. He didn't like it when people told him no. He tended to shoot beams of disintegrating light or fire directly into their chest and watch them either burn to a pile of dust or immolate.
So, like, this was something that happened more than once, and you kept working with him?
I'm not going to lie to you. I was pursuing a very, very. I was pursuing something very powerful. And
So some death was okay, just not that much death.
yes.
I also just Googled the population of Faerun to figure out how many 25% of it is, and it's a big number.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of Hamlets.
Yeah. It's like some mega Hamlet-tropolis. But yeah, he says, like, yeah, at a certain point, there is always a cost to something like that. But there's also a point where that cost is entirely unreasonable.
Well, I personally prefer if we don't include a lot of killing people via disintegration, right? Because they disagree with us as part of our attempts to find a way.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly.
To reach undying status.
This was not. Now, I'll admit, we enabled to an extent. But he went too far and he needed to be stopped. And at a certain point, even I realized that.
But Bella, it was eternal life, and it was literally right in front of us. And you go one step at a time until you realize you've walked very far into the dark. And then your perspective changes. And you learn that maybe you've made some mistakes.
Okay.
he's like sensing this is like going real south real quick, and he's like, all right. We'll talk about this later at home.
Did you say talk about this later at home?
Yeah.
He's like, killing dozens of people, fine. Hundreds of people, okay. 10,000 people, you're pushing it. Millions of people.
That's where we draw the line.
Something I'm less comfortable in this office together.
Right? I mean, look, how good do you think the people are, out of character, how good do you think the people are that decide to get together and build a machine that alters the cosmos so they can live forever? There's a lot going on there in terms of motivation where they may not be the best people.
Yeah.
Which is why I was confused. The 25% was apparently not a utilitarian enough number.
I mean, some people have lines.
I'm
right?
not saying I would do it. I'm just saying that, like, considering that's a relatively low percentage.
For the low price of pass.
And we still didn't get quite an answer of whether or not Lady Laura had been undying at that point.
No, she did not answer that.
I thought you said that the leftover shards of his 10,000 person sacrifice gave them a lot of power, and she basically sounds like she used those to get herself.
That
If you read between the
He
lines,
didn't kill 10,000 people, but just, they were already dead, and the pieces were just lying there, not being used.
They were dead when I got there, officer, I swear.
we
I've been having a doozy of a century.
I have plenty of souls at home.
Right. The souls at home.
Souls at home.
No, like she never directly answers that question, and there's probably a good reason for it, because that she would have to admit to doing that. But you can read every single piece of what she said and realize, like, okay, yeah, there's a reason why they built a realm by the Shadowfell. There's a reason why it's been here for 1,000 years, is collecting little pieces of Incarnum that kind of are free floating effectively. And normally, like Itzel, this would like rejoin the effective celestial life force somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Now, granted, you're looking at like 0.001% of a soul, which has an impact, but we're not talking like
but many angels dance on the head of a pin, right? Yeah,
something. Yeah. Like,
if we take the fractions of a penny that the banks are just going to round down anyway.
It's not Office Space.
Gosh.
Also Superman 3, yes.
Also, yes. So,
so
she never directly answers that question, but you can read between the lines
Also,
and you
Hannah
see the
Baker.
answer.
So she may have never undergone the actual rituals that the Elven people do in order to create undying ancestors. She may have just done it herself.
Correct. Or it was done at the almost exact same time, right? It's like it's nebulous, but
Okay. Yikes.
Disturbing, but interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. Odette, it does give a heartfelt thank you to Lady Alora, and kind of looks to everybody else to see if they have any other questions.
Is there any kind of enchantment or help you can provide for this duel with a book?
We'll be able to keep the book, Zenki, and any other magics contained. You will not have to worry about outside influence beyond maybe an initial contact with Zenki as you move deeper in. But he will not be able to find you. He will not be able to influence you. And once you move past that, we'll be able to keep you safe and stable.
Do you want some time to prepare? I did promise your dancers I'd teach them how to use the sword, so...
That I think that Daphne would probably appreciate that. But yes, we should all prepare.
She nods. And she stands up and gives you all a very polite but stiff bow.
Yeah, Justin, fucking grip it and rip it,
It's good because
baby.
she's
Oh,
very
heck yeah.
formal.
I know,
You
it's
got
like
it
she
down,
made a
dude.
voice for now.
Yeah, dude,
Right,
crack one
yeah.
for the big boy.
There we go. Oh,
Thank
shoot.
you.
There we go. Got it. Hell yeah. Thank you for the donation.
Thank you.
So we'll wrap this in a second. So you head back right after having this knowledge. She basically says, when you're ready, come back here and we will start. Did I get everything I wanted to get in my notes? As you go to leave, Sir Osborne, which none of you saw him here, steps kind of out from nothing and opens the door. Anyone would like to make a... This would be a perception or arcana check.
Yeah.
To kind of see, because it's startling how he just literally materializes and then opens the door. Gives you all a nod.
So I'll do
Actually pretty good.
perception if it doesn't matter which one.
Yeah, pick whatever.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
Because that's 23 for me.
I'm sorry, Arcana or Perception? You
Yeah.
said?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a 19 on Arcana.
Oh, heck. All right.
23 perception.
Also a dirty 20.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, this guy has no tricks. Fuck him. He ain't mysterious. No, you look at him and you see that he is using a combination of natural camouflage and magic to actually blend into his environments. So he's not just like casting invisibility. He is somebody who has like specifically through some type of divine power is able to seamlessly blend into things, especially if he's not moving. And so when you went to leave
Because
and
we
he
didn't
moved to open the
ask
door for you,
Dusty
you
and
saw him.
Sunshine.
Say again?
I said things I didn't ask Dusty and Sunshine, and now I realize I wanted to.
Whoops.
Yeah,
So you get back there eventually.
Yep,
Um,
I had
Just hit redial.
I had it written down. It's fine.
Yeah. But he, just nods to you. But it's good to know because it's like you can't see him until he moves. Just opens the door. You walk out.
That just makes me a T-Rex. That's fine.
I think this is the place to end because I want to start next time with Valen doing some cool training with Daphne and the crew. But that'll lead into some
Every
other
action movie
shenanigans
needs
real
a
quick.
montage.
Right. But yeah,
It sounds absolutely going to be like, who wants to wrestle me in jaguar form?
Here's how I'm going to end this. As you walk out of the keep, kind of heading back towards your areas in the Undying Realms, right? Now you can follow these lights that, now that you've found the pathway once, it is easy to find again and kind of rolls open for you. What's going through everyone's minds, or / what do you say to one another after that? After these two just insane back-to-back conversations that you've had with these entities?
It's a lot of information. There's a lot to unpack here, but I also think that the most important thing right now is take care of this book. That's the focus. Like, we can sort all this out. We got a lot of walking to do. Once we get to Calimport, it's gonna be a minute where we're going to have plenty of time to sit back and contemplate. But for now, we have work to do.
It is true. I had no idea how much Lady Alora had sacrificed in her immortal to undying life. in order to get to this point. It's staggering. I'm frightened. I
I
don't
did
know
ask
about
Dusty
any
and
of you.
Sunshine.
Say again?
I said I didn't ask Dusty and Sunshine about Lady Ursa and Sir Osborne, and I wanted to. But it seems like there's more mantles here, and I didn't ask.
Well, Odette, you've got to be the leader on this one, but realize that we are all behind you.
Thank you. That truly means so much to me. We've got a lot of stretching to do, I think, in the future. But yes. And who knows, maybe it will act, if it is a different realm entirely, maybe it'll take practically no time here at all. It'll be like the Feywild or something
Yeah.
like that.
Time
Very true.
dilation is nice.
Let's go
So,
through.
do we think that the book is your artifact, your relic that you need to find to?
I was hoping for a special pair of shoes or something, but that would make a lot more sense. She kind of chuckles, but she says, but yes. And much like Valian, it is here, it is present. And Valian,
yes,
like,
we need
much
to do
like his
this
sword.
first. Yes.
So it would make our job a lot easier. And perhaps this is indeed where I am drawing my power from. I simply assumed it was from the patronage of Lady Allura. So maybe this is my Grey.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on in Bella's head right now with all this talk about Gray and his dealings and him being like, "Hey, can you keep me on the down low from the Inevitables?" Who were like, "Holy shit, he's still alive." That's something, I guess.
It's a lot. She's processing right now. She's just kind of processing between the whole her having lots of visions and everyone keep being like, well, we don't know why, but here's some stuff in case it happens again. And
Healthcare.
Damn.
And then the one person she's had as like, oh yeah, my most trusted friend is going through some shit right now.
I will say I was very intrigued to see if Itzel would hit that Arcana DC for the Dispel, because that would have been a very different session, but that would have been interesting. Yeah.
Oh, and what I was checking earlier, a quarter of the population would be 17 million people.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Gotta draw a line at some point.
When you put it like that,
Yes.
it seems higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. Never mind. No, brain. Sorry, it's fine.
Low price of 17 million souls. You too could be immortal.
But it's not just them. It was everybody that stopped the cycle of life and death for everybody.
I'm sure there would be negative side effects of that.
Everyone
it's an untested magic. Like, I get that. That of course it's not worth it.
I'm not talking about the magic. I'm talking about making everyone live forever.
Yeah. For people that were already on the path of, like, that was the goal that they had, like, that almost seems like it's like a utilitarian number that you could shrug off. Like, so, like, the thing that they're going, like, oh, well, we're not going to do this is because it's untested and might not work or might have unintended consequences. But, like, yeah, like, if you're going, like, I want to get rid of the cycle of life and death for everybody, it seems like 25% would be a number that most of those kind of people would already be able to shrug off. Am I alone in this thinking?
Keep in mind, everyone was talking about how they built a machine to try to alter the cosmos, but Zangi changed it to run off of Incarnum. And, like, Gray was able to shrug off, like, yeah, a couple people die here and there, like that happens, but like it's very different from like, oh, it's the D&D world where people occasionally just beef it, and that's what it is. To like, oh, we constructed a machine to methodically process, like the Sneetches, 17 million people through this thing, and a
Just
conveyor belt
a
Dr.
line,
Seuss
yeah.
horror
Just a
show.
log line, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
no,
like,
the
everyone else
fact-
that survives can be immortal, I guess. That's cool.
Definitely.
And they went, no, that's not what we built this for at all.
Yeah.
Holy
So
shit.
this is not what they signed up for when they started this process. Sacrificing lives wasn't on the menu. So
No,
yeah.
absolutely
I
not.
At that
definitely
point,
use
you do
the
have to haggle
features
over a price.
in a lesson
Yeah,
about
that's
function notation.
So,
But
yeah, when they realized what was actually happening, they all were like, oh, hell no, and had to dip.
yeah,
And that was
Um,
after the initial
10,000.
thing in the
Correct. Because
The
as Lady Laura described it, you know, Lawson built the machine with the help of everybody else. Zengi made the alterations, then
Mhm.
conducted the distillation to power the machine to make himself effectively immortal.
and they're like, uh-oh.
And they went, oh shit.
Mhm.
And then he went on a crazy tangent about like, it works, and now we can do it for the low cost of 17 million lives. And they're like, we can't stop him, but we want nothing to do with this because this man is crazy.
Mhm.
And
they
he's
all,
also now crazy powerful because holy shit, he just absorbed so much incarnate. It's stupid.
yeah. I like how each one of them did a different way of like. Gray was maybe the bravest in trying to confront and I don't know, attack, kill. I don't know what's going on there.
He tried to fight him.
But
Actively tried to intervene. Yeah.
yeah,
Got
and
it.
then like different ways of sabotaging the machine, getting rid of the research entirely. I was like, yeah, that's
Everybody's got their own
interesting
thing.
how that went about. So I
We
like
still
that.
never
Different-
we never got an answer of how he ended up in the gem. But
There is actually a very good answer for that, but unfortunately, they don't know. Like
the first
it can be a-
incarnation of our lives, yeah, I don't know.
So there are people who can talk about that, but just not these
Not here.
NPCs. They're not aware of it. But if what Lady Laura said is true, and that one book is linked to literal libraries and tomes worth of knowledge, then like yeah, she stole something very significant.
Mhm. This is a weirdo question. Maybe we answer this next
Yeah.
session. Odette can read anything now.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah. Well, I guess we would have to wait because she has not opened the book since she learned she could do that.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of nonsense writing in that book. In addition to like a chunk of it being like shadow dancing. So
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff in there. I gave you an opportunity to open it earlier, and you said no.
I don't trust it. At all.
No, that's the right move. Heck yeah! All right, let's. That was a good session. A lot of stuff going on there.
Whoa.
In terms
This
of
is a lot of-
exposition.
A lot of front loading in this session, but
Yeah, I mean, you did talk to two people that could give you a lot of information about what's going on. So, and you made took the time and effort to do it, and therefore got good concrete information to help you.
we got good.
Yes,
We
you did.
talked to two people or two people and a bit of armor.
I mean, it depends on your real definition. Like, I don't think you're talking to mortals anymore. You're just talking to like strange entities that are kind of hanging around. So, I mean, where does that lie on the spectrum? Who knows?
I don't know.
Unless you start talking about are they really people, those go to conversations we don't want to get into.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't ask Dusty that. Don't ask Sunshine that. Don't ask Lady Alora that.
I feel like Sunshine would be insulted and Dusty would be intrigued.
Mhm.
I could be
Curious.
people. That'd be fun.
Lady Alora stares silently as you hear the chipping of ceramic.
She's literally
You
just
suddenly
dying on
notice
the
guards.
inside.
You suddenly notice guards have got a lot closer to you.
You move a lot closer.
Hell yeah.
Osborne is suddenly behind you.
Yeah, right? He's just like, hello. Just snap you back.
Wrong question.
It's a good session.
Yes.
Well, thank you, everyone, for participating. I made all these cool maps, and we'll use them next session, which is fine by me. I'm already more prepared than I was when I started, right? Sure. But like I said, everything goes for charity, right? In this case, it's back to the International Rescue Committee, or is now the International Rescue Committee. So got a couple good donations throughout the night. If you happen to have some spare monies you want to throw at a good cause, please go and donate. Hit that little button there. Boom. Right. And of course, if you want to come hang out with us and all of our socials, we'll drop those in the chat as well. So you can keep up to date on like what's going on the schedule and all the crazy nonsense and our pet pictures and our insane Discord fights about what constitutes a sandwich or a soup, or whatever other bizarre topic we're yelling about this week.
Salad. It was salad.
The definition
yeah,
of salad, yes.
I made that stupid joke about slots. Yeah. Anything else? What do you got?
We also have Instagram. We also have what else
TikTok?
we
No.
got? Instagram. Oh,
Twitter?
TikTok.
TikTok and Twitter. I dropped all the links in the chat.
Do all of it. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Cool. I know the Mercy of Time finale is on Wednesday coming up.
It is.
That'll be very exciting.
Yes.
Right. We got our class reunion run by GM Will. I was gonna try to make it like a swole joke in there, but I couldn't get there. He's swole. He runs games anyway. So he's doing that on Tuesday. So
also,
tune in for that.
Anybody in the Maryland area who might want to meet some of the people from Live from the Apocalypse next Sunday, the Maryland Ren Fair, for Labor Day weekend. Large numbers of us will be going.
Be excellent because we don't have to stream that day, so we can drink a lot.
That's right.
As you know, intended. Anything else? Going once, going twice. Very cool. All right, we're gonna raid some people then. So don't go anywhere. Let me see who's on right now. Let's see.
I like this. Like Odette's ready for
Goblin Cave.
My raid dance.
I like it already. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing, but it looks like they're doing something on Roll20. Oh, City of Mist. Cool. So let's go raid these guys. So we're going to hit the thanks for watching screen. You'll see the schedule for the next couple of days coming up, and I'll hear some music, and then the raid will start, so don't go anywhere. But for those of you who hung out and had fun, thanks. Have a great night.